guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News. I'm Jerry Barmash. Navy divers are helping to recover the balloon from China that drifted from Montana until it was shot down on Saturday off the coast of South Carolina. Former Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Mike Mullen said the recent flight of the surveillance balloon was no accident. Mullen told ABC's This Week that Secretary of State Antony Blinken was right to cancel his trip to China.
There's no way that he could have had a meaningful visit. And we have a host of issues that we need to address.
Senator Ted Cruz on CBS's Face the Nation praised President Biden.
Commending Joe Biden for actually having the guts to shoot this down. That was the right thing to do. That is absolutely what the president should have done.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says lawmakers will receive a classified briefing on the Chinese balloon incident next week. Schumer said Biden handled the response in a, quote, calm, calculating, and effective manner. New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu is definitely thinking about a run for president. The Republican said his party is no longer represented by Donald Trump.
Trump is going to be seen as a very extreme candidate. The country's going to push back against it. Just look at the results of 3 months ago, and that shows you where extreme candidates are going to end up falling.
Sununu appearing on ABC's This Week. Former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley is expected to launch her own campaign later this month. The mayor of a northeast Ohio town is assuring residents that the air and water quality remains safe as a train that derailed Friday evening near the Pennsylvania border continues to burn. National Transportation Safety Board officials say 20 of the 100 cars that derailed contain hazardous material. The East Palestine mayor said schools will be canceled Monday and shelter-in-place orders remain in effect. Ukrainian President Zelensky is replacing his defense minister as the war with Russia nears the one-year mark. It also comes as Kyiv braces for a possible major Russian offensive this month. This is USA News.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
A former president of Pakistan has died.
Pervez Musharraf had been living in exile in Dubai after seizing power in a 1999 coup, surviving 2 failed assassination attempts, and running Pakistan until 2009, when he resigned and steps to impeach him began. He was sentenced to death in absentia for high treason in 2019. That ruling was later overturned. Pervez Musharraf was 79. I'm Jeremy Scott.
Avatar: The Way of Water has officially been dethroned as the top movie. After spending 7 weeks leading the domestic box office, M. Night Shyamalan's horror flick Knock at the Cabin earned $14.2 million and number 1. Coming in second was 80 for Brady with $12.5 million, while Way of Water brought in $10.8 million to land in third place. Actor Charlie Kimbrough, best known for playing anchorman Jim Dial for 10 seasons on Murphy Brown, has died. He was 86. Actress Viola Davis has earned EGOT status with a Grammy Award on Sunday for the audiobook of her memoir Finding Me. The acronym is given for the 4 major entertainment awards: Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, and Tony. She is the 18th to get an EGOT. The Brooklyn Nets are reportedly trading Kyrie Irving to the Dallas Mavericks. If the trade is finalized, the Nets are expected to receive Spencer Dinwiddie and Dorian Finney-Smith, along with a trio of future draft picks. Irving requested the trade less than a week before the NBA deadline. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf.
800-485-8801.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
And just like that, wow, here we go again. Looks like the weekend. Well, we close things out in the Eastern time zone. We will work our way from time zone to time zone into a Monday. I guess we can say, yeah, it'll be the first full week of February. Looks like we'll be calling it the 6th day of February for 2023. Yeah, looks like a full moon out there. Yeah, technically, was it last night or tonight? Either way, it's a full snow moon, I believe. The nickname for this one. But we don't have any snow outside the secret bunker. Welcome aboard. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Now looking at about 41 outside the bunker. Any snow that we had last week's pretty much melted away. And that's the case for much of the country, especially those areas that were hammered with the ice storm, eastern Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, parts of Tennessee, Kentucky last week. What a mess it was. Hey, we'll start the new week on a much better note as far as catching up on moving that freight around the country. There's not much precip to see around the lower 48 tonight, for that matter. A little bit of precip up in the northeast corner of the country. A little rain for the most part in western and central New York. You do see a little bit of light snow over north of Albany, moving on up into southern Vermont and New Hampshire. Looks like there may be a little bit of a mixed bag of precipitation. Yeah, from about Scranton, PA to Williamsport down to north of Harrisburg. But not enough anywhere to prompt any sort of advisories. Yeah, no winter weather advisories, things like that. We do have a few winter weather advisories out west. Yeah, through portions of Utah. It's like northeastern and central portions of Nevada. Pretty much right up along the Rocky Mountain Range. Western portions of Wyoming on up into west central portions of Montana. A little bit of that's the final in a train of storms where things are really going to begin drying out finally. Not often do you talk about good news drying out for California. Because typically you're dealing with drought conditions. You're going to get a bit of a break, an opportunity for people to finally get outdoors over the coming week. But with our traveler's weather as we kick things off for a brand new week, hope you had a good weekend there. Of course, we had the icy conditions wrapping up January into the first few days of February across the south central USA into the Ohio Valley. It's more like a spring-like pattern, turning things around. That's going to come with the trade-off, though. The risk of both flooding and maybe with the warmer temperatures, some severe weather on the docket for some of those same areas that encountered the ice storm last week. The ice has since melted away. Forecasters say some of the same locations now could be at risk for the new hazard in the form, again, of severe weather. Severe thunderstorms have been absent across the southern U.S. so far here in the month of February. However, an unusual winter severe weather outbreak took place just a few weeks ago down along the Gulf Coast. January 24th and 25th, we had Several dozen tornado reports. The big was the EF3 that struck southeast of Houston there in Deer Park. Now, this late January round of severe weather combined with the mid-month severe event in Alabama and Georgia did indeed help the first month of the year to be one of the most active Januaries for tornadoes that they've ever recorded. Both events straddled January the 16th. The least likely date in the year to see a tornado statistically. Nonetheless, the storm's going to be strengthening in Texas later today into Tuesday. That's going to begin the next round of wet weather and possibly severe thunderstorms. This time without the presence of the cold air, ice is not going to be a concern. Some cold air following behind the storm, combined with the surge of warm air out of the Gulf of Mexico, that'll make severe weather a possibility with this particular system. Thunderstorms could begin as early as Tuesday morning across eastern portions of Texas. Storms not likely to turn severe until probably at least midday Tuesday. Once the stronger thunderstorms do develop, they could linger through the nighttime hours, and that threat will expand all the way to the Louisiana border. Cities like San Antone, Austin, Houston, Waco, and Tyler, Texas. Looks like you're all in that zone for severe weather right through Tuesday night. In addition to dangerous lightning, the risk for severe thunderstorms will also bring threats of damaging winds, 50, 60 miles per hour, maybe up to 70 miles per hour. Not out of the question. And we cannot rule out a few isolated tornadoes in that region as well. As the cold front bringing that wave of severe weather shifts off to the east come midweek this week, so too will the risk for severe weather. Once again, damaging winds and tornadoes possible on Wednesday. Cities along Interstate 10 from New Orleans to Mobile, Alabama, on northward to, say, Little Rock, Arkansas, Memphis, Tennessee, once again, may have some severe weather in the mix and some travel disruptions later this week. This is especially true as far eastern portions of Texas through southern Arkansas, Louisiana, and Mississippi. In these areas, rounds of heavy rain have left the soil on the wet side. Could be talking about some localized flooding issues. Now, the risk for heavy rain this week will be even more expansive than the threat of severe thunderstorms as this storm continues to move northeast through midweek. It's going to pull lots of warm tropical moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. The heavy rain extends all the way as far north as the Ohio Valley. Just like across the lower Mississippi River Valley, cities across the Ohio Valley have had a wetter than normal start to the new year. From Louisville to Indianapolis, Springfield, Missouri to Cincinnati, Ohio, rainfall as much as an inch or possible through early Thursday of this week. So the entire region will be at risk for water-covered roads to maybe even some minor river flooding. So a change in the weather pattern for sure after having bitterly cold temperatures in the teens for the overnight lows just a few mornings ago. Heck, we warmed up into the 50s. We could be talking close to 60 to start the new week. So that's the warmer temperatures surging northward. Speaking of the bitter cold, we'll break down some of those numbers. Indeed, we talked much of last week about a little piece of the polar vortex that was going to visit the northeast portions of the country. Yes, indeed, folks woke up to bitterly cold temperatures on Saturday morning. And as anticipated, one remote location faced weather conditions so extreme that it felt like another world. With the wind chill factored in, temperatures dip into record low levels, rivaling conditions on the planet Mars. Meanwhile, Big City, close to the coast, actually set a couple of record lows in the span of a few hours on Friday night. Boston, indeed, dipped to 10 below zero Friday night into Saturday morning. Wind chills 45 below zero at one point. Again, so bitterly cold it came to fruition over the weekend. Temperatures have already begun to bounce back in the Northeast. So back to where you typically would be this time of year. Yeah, with early portions of February. There you go. Quick look around the country. Travelers' weather as we get the new week underway. Tell you what, let's jump right to it here. Hello, Doc Holliday is on board. Morning, Doc.
Hey, good morning, Steve. How are you this morning?
Well, I can't complain. Doing all right. Enjoyed the short, regular old weekend.
Yeah, I missed my Chinese delivery. They were sending it over by a balloon, and they said something happened.
You
to the
missed
balloon.
it?
So I missed my General Tso's chicken.
Oh, boy.
But I'm calling you on a sad note this morning, Steve. Sugar Bear, our friend Sugar Bear, passed away the other day. I think it was the day before yesterday, right? 2:30 in the morning, he passed away. I talked to Antoinette, his wife, and she said he went peaceful in his sleep. But I told her I was going to call you this morning.
I mean, honestly, I was pretty taken aback. I mean, we knew that, the fact that he had called the show just about a week before that, and you're talking to him.
Yeah, about a week before that he called, and he was talking then.
He didn't sound to. I mean, I said, you almost sound like your old self, Sugar Bear. Obviously, he was, a little, down in the dumps, I guess. But I mean, whatever that was, it was aggressive, wasn't it?
It was a fast-moving cancer, what he had, which, in my opinion, the doctor should have caught it a lot earlier. But, Canada, they on that free health care thing up there, so the doctors ain't going to do no more than what they got to do to find something. And they found it too late, and there was nothing they could do except they went ahead and put him on morphine, and then they finally sent him home and had him on morphine there, and she said he died peaceful in his sleep at 2:30 the other morning. But
okay.
I want to do a little tribute, say a few things about Sugar Bear, if it's okay.
Absolutely, yes.
Sugar Bear was probably one of the best friends I ever had. He was a firefighter. He was ex-military man. He was a Shriner. He was a Mason. He was also an ordained minister. A lot of people didn't know, but Sugar Bear was an ordained minister. He was a truck driver, trucked all his life, quit driving a truck. He went up, and, they bought that house on the island. They bought them a store up there, and they sold the store, but then they bought a house on the 10 acres that they owned, and they had just got the house built, probably finished maybe a year or two ago. He got his engineer's license for the ferry boat that he was running, and he was chief engineer on the boat. He also worked on another boat as a lobster fisherman and salmon fisherman. He enjoyed his lobster, and he got a pretty good deal on them. I think they were like free most of the time. That was a pretty good deal. But he just enjoyed life. He was a hard worker, and I know you remember Sugar Bear. He was a friend to everybody.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
He said hi to everybody he met, and he never met nobody he didn't like. He was just a friend to everybody, and he was always faithful to his wife, and I can attest to that for sure. He was, because when we all hung out at the gas wells and all that, and the guys wanted to go to the strip bar, Sugar Bear wouldn't go with us. He went home to his wife.
Mm-hmm.
And he just put 100% behind everything he did, and he would actually give you the shirt off his back if he could help somebody. He would. I just can't say. I just so too much good to say about him. I mean, he lived a great life.
Mm-hmm.
He was taken away from us way too young, 61 years old. And he looked forward to, the day he could retire on that island and just kick back at his house, just fish and stuff like that. But he enjoyed what he was doing, whether it was driving a truck or whether it was being an engineer on that boat that he ran. Everything he did, he put 100% in it. He just enjoyed what he was doing. Him and his wife, they had a good life on that island. And I guess I talked to her. She's going to stay on the island. She's an engineer on that boat too, but she was working part-time.
Mm-hmm.
I guess now she's going to just go full-time, take his place on what he was doing. But
wow.
They're going to cremate him, or I guess they already have. And But they're not going to have no funeral. And he didn't want no funeral. They're going to do a celebration of life, what they call it. That's what a lot of people do now.
Yes, absolutely.
And they're going to do that in the spring.
Okay.
And I did have the pleasure of talking to him. About that day he called you was the last time I talked to him. And I called up there a few days before he passed, and Antoinette said that he hadn't eaten nothing in 3 days and wasn't talking on the phone anymore. He wasn't hardly talking to nobody.
Right. Wow.
So we knew it was getting close.
How many years did you guys? I mean, you guys worked out of Pennsylvania, running the fracking sand for the.
Oh yeah, we did that for many years, probably 7 years. We did that out of Pennsylvania. Before that, we ran the road running, with Oakley out of Little Rock. We ran the road for many years before that, and we hung out together up there. I'd go to his house and eat. I've even spent the night at his house before several times, and cook out and everything. And it was just like everybody was welcome. Anybody that wanted to come to his house was welcome. Everybody was a friend to him.
Mm-hmm.
He was just a great guy. But yeah, we worked the wells up there for several years before we all got out of that. And then, he moved to that island up there, and they already had some land on that island, but he acquired 10 acres altogether on the island, and they finally built the house. That was his dream, to build that house and live on that island.
Yeah, I mean, when you were all in Pennsylvania, we heard from him on a pretty regular basis. I guess the international call,
Mm-hmm.
it probably cost a lot more to call the show, once he moved up there to New Brunswick.
Right. Well, most of the time he was sleeping at night because he worked that boat during the day, so...
Mm-hmm.
And he worked that boat sometimes 7 days a week, but he just had a good life on the island. He enjoyed going to the truck shows. He's been to the truck show several times. Remember that year he brought pencils for everybody?
That's right, Pence.
Yeah.
Sure enough.
Yeah. I think he had his name on the pencil, if I remember correct. And he must have brought thousands of pencils that year and gave everybody a pencil.
That was his tagline: pencils for everyone.
Yeah, and then we'd hang out at Burnt Beans over there. Burnt Beans was cooking out and stuff like that. It was just sad, And I think he was on Bubba's show there one night, and it's sad what's happened to Bubba too. I mean, Bubba's in pretty bad shape. I guess you can hear about that.
He passed away the same day, Doc.
Bubba passed away already?
He passed away the same day as Sugar Bear. Sure did.
I didn't know that.
Yep.
Well, I bet they up there doing their own show with pencils for everybody now. So.
I mean, it was just I saw your post there, I guess Friday morning, and it kind of crossed my mind. I said, I wonder if Bubba Bo will still be with us by the end of the weekend. And I guess it was 6 or 8 hours later the post came in, came in that he had passed away as well.
I didn't know that. Me and Monkey Guys were talking the other day when Sugar Bear passed, and we were talking about Bubba Bo being pretty sick.
Mm-hmm.
So Monkey Gouger was going to call in with me tonight, but I texted him right before the show, and I couldn't get him, so he might be sleeping or something. Maybe you'll hear from him after a while, but that's sad. I didn't know Bubba passed, too.
Yep, sure enough, yep.
The same day, wow. That's kind of ironic, ain't it? But anyway, that was why I was calling in. I'm real heartbroken over it, because I've been telling him he's been inviting me to come up there to the island and go fishing with him and all that, and I kept telling him I was going to go, and I just kept working too hard. I got to slow down a little bit, I guess, and start doing things with people.
Yeah, so many of these things we put it off to another day, but you never know. You never know if tomorrow's going to come, right?
Yep, I talk to him sometime every week or 2 or 3 times a month. I'd talk to him. I'd call him or he'd call me, but I just want everybody to send prayers out to his wife and his family and all. But, they pulled through this okay. But it was kind of pretty sudden, They got sick.
Right.
They found the cancer, and then they told him he only had probably a couple weeks left to live, and that's about what it was, about 2 weeks from when they told him.
Well,
It's pretty sad. But anyway, Steve, you have a great night. I'll be listening for a little while, and then I'm going to bed. So,
well, I thanks for the call, Doc. I mean, I know you lost a good friend there, a friend of the industry, and I've actually
prayers for Bubba Bo's family too, because he was a good friend too.
Absolutely, yeah. I've actually got Sugar Bear's obituary here before me. We do not yet have an actual obituary for Bubba Bo, but we do have the funeral home, and I'll give you the website where you can post tributes. I guess at this point, again, the obituary it's pending at this time, so probably today, a little later today, they'll probably have that up, and we'll share that maybe on tomorrow night's program. But yes, so two in one, 2 in 24 hours, just back to back like that. Very, very sad. But so I'll share with you. Doc pretty much covered, Sugar Bear there. But for all those, there was a lot of that I did not realize. The whole firefighter, veteran with the military there and the Canadian military. So we will share that with our listening friends coming up here. And of course, if you'd like to say a few words, Sugar Bear or Bubba Bo, feel free. I mean, we're here as a family, right? It's 844-844-3388 on a Monday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. A 7.8 magnitude earthquake is being felt after hitting the southern part of Turkey. Strong aftershocks were being felt in southern and central Turkey as well. The current extent of damage and injuries is not known. A GOP congressman says that President Biden's decision to shoot down a Chinese surveillance balloon was like, quote, tackling the quarterback after the game is over. Appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, Ohio Republican Mike Turner said it was a mistake to wait until the balloon was over the Atlantic since its mission was complete. The mission is at hand for the Eagles and Chiefs. They've arrived in Arizona ahead of next weekend's Super Bowl 57. Tomorrow is Media Day. Beyoncé now owns the record for most Grammys all time. Her 32nd win came for the album Renaissance, which won for Best Dance Electronic Album, passing classical music figure George Solti. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, not the way you wanted to start the work week, but yeah, with the sad news, lost two friends of the program over the weekend. Yeah, for those who hadn't caught, Bubba Bo passed away the same day, literally hours after Sugar Bear. Yeah, we had the update Friday morning that his daughter had passed on the news that hospice had notified the family he was down to a matter of days. Sure enough. Linman Funeral Home, Linnemann, out of Erlanger, Kentucky. Yeah, they've got the photograph there. They've got the page open if you'd like to post condolences there. And at this point, no obituary officially. As far as Sugar Bear is concerned, it reads like this. It's with great sadness and loss that the family of Warren Calder, as we knew him, Sugar Bear, passing of this amazing human February 3rd at his home on Deer Island, New Brunswick. Born in Moncton, New Brunswick, grew up on Deer Island, New Brunswick, as well as becoming a U.S. citizen where he lived for over 20 years. Returning to his beloved Deer Island back in 2015, where he and his wife, Antoinette, intended to live out their days. Hard as nails, tough as leather, as he always says, fought a good fight. Sadly, in the end, he had to give up the fight. Lived a great life, touched so many people in so many ways that he lives on in our hearts and memories. Special man, devoted husband, father, brother, uncle, grandfather, and great-grandfather. Warren was a veteran of the Canadian Army for 8.5 years, lifetime member of the Royal Canadian Dragoons tanker, the Anna Temple Wheeler, and 32nd degree Mason Lodge 55 and 69, life member of the Anna Temple Mandarin Tong number 32. He was also a chief engineer on the Deer Island Princess II ferry, served in the trucking industry for over 32 years. He was the one and only Sugar Bear. He was also a firefighter, first responder on the Deer Island Fire Department for 7 years, board member of the Recreational Council of Deer Island, always there to listen, teach, and help whenever it was needed. He was a dedicated chief engineer on the DIP-2 for coastal transport, a boat and a job that he loved. Very involved in the Deer Island community, which he loved that community so dearly. So there you go. And he was not perfect. None of us are. But he was the loving, giving, sharing, helping kind of guy. He loved hunting, four-wheeling, Saturday night card games, his Timmy's double-doubles, driving his Rocky Ridge, spending time with friends and family. He loved talking politics, history, working outside, and snuggling with his fur babies, right? Now, in lieu of flowers, donations can be made to the Charlotte County Shriners or the Charlotte County SPCA, as he loved animals. Or donations can be made to any charity in his name, as he was a most giving individual. All right, Sugar Bear. Who we got checking in on a Monday morning? Well, we trust you had a good weekend. Jacob on board. Hello, Mr. Summers in the overnight drive. There's Sylvester. Let's roll. Woohoo. All right. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. Larry checks in. Rodney, hello from western Nebraska, where we've got 34 degrees tonight. Roy in northwest Illinois. Yeah, you've warmed up a little bit from where you were there late last week. 25 degrees in northwest Illinois. Good morning, Marianne. Hello, Steve and the overnight family. Everybody stay safe. God bless our truck drivers. Rockpick is on board. Happy Monday in Rochester, New York. 38 degrees. Stay safe. Enjoy, drivers. Looking at 39 in Harrison, Ohio. Hello, Pappy. One balloon down. Well, better late than never, as the old saying goes. With that said, all you nocturnal listeners, hammer down, be safe. Let's get this week started. Hello to Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia, with 40 degrees. Spent most of the day helping the stepson move to their new home. It was the light stuff for me, you know. Well, yes, it took the puppet long enough to pop the balloon. Anyway, have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. All right. Yeah, there's 5-7, South Carolina 1. 47 plus. Alaska 0. Copy the mail. It is a beautiful 83 degrees in Terrigal, New South Wales, Australia. And we're down to only 52 days till the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky. Yes, indeed, Sylvester. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. 30 degrees in Chicago, headed north to America's Dairyland at an abnormally high rate of speed with some Tar Heel moors and sows. Very special, one night only, Windy City shout-out to Hillbilly Tex. There you go, Hillbilly Tex. All right, hello to Matt. Timothy is on board. Dipsy Driver, morning, Steve, and the best informed audience on both sides of the equator. Good afternoon, Sylvester. We're looking at 31 degrees, cloudy here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. Headed to a partly cloudy 35 today. All right. Brian says, rest in peace, Bubba Bo. Lindman Funeral Home, Erlanger, Kentucky, correct? Hello to Kim. Good morning to all the truck drivers, and good morning, Steve. Thank you very much. Hello to all from San Antone, where we're at a nice 60 degrees. What a difference a week can make, huh? Well, in case you're all wondering, I was marked safe from being taken up in the Chinese spy balloon before they blew it to Kingdom Come with a high-price missile. Yeah, when I feel like a high-powered BB or pellet gun would have possibly done the trick. Yeah, technically, no. There were actually some authorities, especially when this thing was going over, I guess, the Carolinas. I think it was somewhere in North Carolina. One of the sheriff's office posted, please do not be going out in the backyard taking pot shots at the balloon. You're not going to get it. I mean, this thing was like somewhere between like 60 and 65,000 feet up in the air. And they kind of explained technically, even if it were at an elevation where you could hit it with the likes of a shotgun or whatever the case would be, that puncturing holes in the balloon would not bring it down. It's not like it would have popped. They took the Stinger missile, the explosive device, and they blew it to Kingdom Come. That's for sure. Hello to Miss Millie. Hello from Kentucky. Prayers for the families of Sugar Bear and Bubba Bo. Brian pretty much says the same thing. Praying for Sugar Bear and Bubba Bo. We'll miss our friends. Yes, indeed. All right, who else we got? Brian checks in the last full-time job Bubba had in Lawrenceburg, Indiana. Yeah, I actually lived beside the station in an apartment. He was the friendliest person I ever met. Saw him nearly daily. And being into electronics, he let me see anything I ask about. I sure miss my morning buddy. He didn't mind showing you the nuts and bolts of how radio happens. How about that? All right, 844-844-3388. That is our number. And yes, the big talk over the weekend, one of many. Yeah, we'll get to the what we know about shooting down the balloon. Now China's threatening retaliation. Talks of, is this going to be a spark to something bigger between the U.S. and China? It's definitely not going the right direction when it comes to international relations with the Chinese. Of course, Blinken canceling his trip that was slated over the weekend. Pretty much saying there's no way we could have had any sort of constructive dialogue with this event unfolding. Before we get to that, though, let me take you to, eastern Ohio, right along the Ohio-Pennsylvania line, where we had a train derailment is sparking a fire that's been burning through the weekend. Things kind of escalating to the next level here Sunday evening, as this is East Palestine, Ohio. Governor DeWine has issued an urgent evacuation notice this past day, Sunday, for those still near the site of that train derailment. Residents living within a mile who have not left their homes were asked to immediately evacuate due to the potential of a major explosion, according to the governor. If I understand correctly, they actually set off the emergency alert system there, telling people, because there were hundreds. They had evacuation orders for a mile around for the last couple of days, but hundreds of them had opted not to leave. And they're telling these individuals, this is no joke, this is urgent. The statement reads, within the last several hours, officials said a drastic temperature change has taken place in one of those rail cars. There's now the potential of a catastrophic tanker failure, which could cause an explosion with the potential of deadly shrapnel traveling up to a mile. Governor DeWine has activated the Ohio National Guard about 8 o'clock this past evening to assist local authorities there. Officials said teams were working to prevent an explosion, but they're still urging residents get out of the area immediately. Well, most had already evacuated that 1 mile radius. Local officials said more than 500 people had declined to leave their homes at that point. Officials continued Sunday to monitor the environmental impact caused by, this was Friday when this train derailed that was carrying numerous hazardous materials. That crash led to a large inferno that continues to burn, evacuations, a shelter-in-place order, and continued concerns about air quality. The mayor of East Palestine, Trent Conaway, assuring residents currently that the air and drinking water remains safe after the Norfolk Southern train crash. He said classes at schools will be canceled for today, as would city meetings. Train derailed in East Palestine, talking about 15 miles south of Youngstown, Ohio, on Friday evening, according to some of the early comments from officials. One of more than 100 cars, about 20 of them were carrying hazmat. According to the Transportation Safety Board, 10 of those cars derailed, including 5 that were carrying a chemical known as vinyl chloride. Now, I'm not up to speed on all these various chemicals. They had said so far it's not confirmed any vinyl chloride has been released other than from the pressure release devices on some of these rail cars that are burning. And I guess that's what the concern is. Well, with the temperatures rising so rapidly, one of these rail cars could, how large of an explosion would that be? I don't know. Now, they did say while air and water quality remained stable Sunday, officials have yet to see any abnormal levels in screening. Things can change in a moment's time, though. According to the EPA's emergency response team, we continue to monitor for a long list of chemicals, he said. Not only those provided to authorities is a list from Norfolk Southern, but also those that can result from combustion. They had issued a shelter-in-place order for the entire town of roughly 5,000 people. And, of course, the evacuation order was issued for that area within a 1-mile radius of the crash near James Street. Both restrictions remained in place through the day Sunday. According to the news conference, the fire chief told reporters, the scene is still volatile, preventing authorities from conducting any on-scene operations. Crews will not be able to determine the full list of chemicals involved until the fire stops burning. Please stay home. I cannot reiterate it enough. According to the mayor, do not come to our town. The Ohio EPA is monitoring air quality or water quality in local streams, which eventually feed into the Ohio River, but they don't anticipate contamination to the public water system because they draw their water from other sources, they explain. They have installed containment dams in area streams, and they've set up 3 aeration locations using high-volume pumps to treat water and removed dissolved contaminants. Now, there's several other chemicals that they had on that list that they did release this past evening. See if I can pull up the numbers on that and throw it your way. But, very concerning. Catastrophic failure of a rail car. Kaboom. All right, 844-844-3388. That's our number on a Monday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, let me give you a little more detail. Some of the other chemicals that they released this past day from Norfolk Southern. So again, a mandatory evacuation, 1 mile radius of the railroad must leave the area. They say this is not an optional now. You will face charges if you do not get out. If the tanker in question explodes, it will release toxic fumes of the vinyl chloride, a toxic chemical, according to officials. Vinyl chloride is a known carcinogen, they explain. The environmental management director said that conditions with the train car have worsened and that risk of explosion could send shrapnel throughout the area. Now, as we mentioned before, they said there were still more than 500 people in that evacuation order who had declined to leave. Now, with the new threat of a car exploding, now those who need help to leave are advised. They gave a phone number locally for them to call. Of course, they activated the EAS system, which set off cell phones and things of that nature in the region this past evening. The Facebook page for the village says, due to the developments this evening, emergency measures must be taken. Anyone in the area can go to the shelters put in place by village officials at the Community Action Agency or the middle school or high school gyms for as long as these mandatory evacuations are in place. Norfolk Southern, though, released a fact sheet this past afternoon detailing the chemicals on the train while trying to address the concerns about the safety of the air and the water. The chemicals consist of vinyl chloride, other combustible liquids, butyl acrylate, and benzene residue cars. The train was also carrying non-hazardous materials such as wheat, plastic pellets, malt liquors, and lube oil. Now, Norfolk Southern says that the air and drinking water are safe at this moment. However, the evacuation and shelter-in-place orders remain as a precaution. The chemicals carried by the train have been detected in runoff and streams such as Sulphur Run. Unclear how much of each chemical has been detected in the water. All right, according to the post on the school district's page, all extracurricular activities have been canceled in the school district for Monday. That is, again, an ongoing developing situation in East Palestine, Ohio. Good morning, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. I guess I'll echo the sentiments and condolences for Sugar Bear and Bubba Bo that pretty much everybody said so far. I mean, after what Doc Holliday said and everything, there really isn't much more to say there. So just definitely sorry to have lost two friends so soon. And only one of them I got a chance to meet there. Bubba Bo I met him at the truck show in 2013 there, and picture, and I don't know if you've seen it or not, but I was trying to remember who it was that was in the picture with us, because it was me on the left side and Bubba Bo in the middle, and we had another gentleman in the picture there. Bubba Bo, he drug in, said no, he's got to be in the picture with us. I'm like, okay, so whatever, but now both of them, friend to everybody. So, yeah, what more is there really to say? So, anyways, to talk about your train thing there, I just emailed you a Google link there to what's the possibility of that rail car. It's called a Blevy. And, of course, I already got rid of the page. I'm not looking at it. Boiling liquid expanding vapor explosion. And it is catastrophic. It is nothing to be fooled with, nothing to be messed around with. There's still training that goes on in the fire service from a levee that happened, I believe it might have been 1972 or 1973, upstate New York, up near Oneonta, which is about halfway between Binghamton and Albany on Interstate 88. It's up near like the 15 exit, 17 exit. There's a little town called Skenevus. And they responded to a train derailment, and their whole fire department was there, and it was trains, rail cars had propane in them, and there was a half dozen of them involved. And
I mean, I could see by some of the photos and the video that the pressure relief valves, I mean, the flames coming out of those. But hold that thought. We'll pick up after the news break.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Jerry Barmash. A magnitude 7.8
How do you
earthquake
recharge?
rocked southern Turkey Monday. Strong aftershocks were felt in the southern and central portions of Turkey, with the quake itself originating in the city of Gaziantep. The current extent of damage and injuries is unknown. Senator Marco Rubio says the U.S. needs to put as much focus on the message China sent with their apparent surveillance balloon as it does for the potential data collected.
What are we going to do the next time this happens? Are we going to allow it to fly through here again? We need to know moving forward what our policy is going to be with regards to this.
Rubio on CNN State of the Union. U.S. Navy divers are helping to recover debris from the downed balloon in the waters off the coast of South Carolina. Top lawmakers from both parties are expected to be briefed on the suspected spy balloon as early as Tuesday, CNN reported. New Hampshire Governor Republican Chris Sununu is seriously contemplating a run for president.
At the end of the day, you're going to have a lot of Republicans that get in that race. They're all really good people. They're really good candidates.
Ukrainian President Zelensky is replacing his defense minister as the war with Russia nears the one-year mark. It's Zelensky's latest move to purge the Ukrainian government of corruption amid the ongoing violence. There's still no deal between the Southwest states that rely on the Colorado River.
The January 31st federal deadline to reach a deal on cutting water use by the states that rely on the Colorado River has come and gone with no deal. But Arizona, Colorado, Nevada, New Mexico, Utah, and Wyoming have submitted a proposal on ways to reduce water use. Negotiations on cutting water use stalled, and California, the state that relies most on the Colorado River, wasn't part of the alternate proposal. In Las Vegas, I'm John Schaefer.
The Eagles and Chiefs have arrived in Arizona ahead of Sunday's Super Bowl 57. Beyoncé is now the most decorated performer in Grammys history with her 32nd win. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Updating the earthquake in Turkey, at least 17 people are dead following a 7.8 magnitude tremor. Strong aftershocks were felt in the southern and central portions of Turkey, with the quake itself originating in the city of Gaziantep. The quake hit while residents were likely asleep, leaving them unprepared for impact. Reports say the quake was felt as far away as Israel. History at the 65th Grammy Awards Sunday night. Beyoncé wins Best Dance Electronic Album for Renaissance.
I'd like to thank my parents, my father, my mother, for loving me and pushing me. I'd like to thank my beautiful husband, my beautiful 3 children who are at home watching.
With her win, the singer broke the record for most Grammys by an artist. It's her 32nd award from the Recording Academy, surpassing conductor George Solti. Bonnie Raitt took home the Grammy for Song of the Year. The Chiefs and Eagles are in the desert ahead of Super Bowl 57 in a week. The festivities kick off with Super Bowl opening night on Monday in Arizona, where hundreds of media members will be on hand to interview players and coaches from both teams. The 5th episode of the new hit HBO series The Last of Us is debuting early on HBO Max. The next episode is set for the app Friday night instead of Sunday, with the change likely due to the Super Bowl. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you so much. Welcome back. Hour number 2 as we roll into a Monday. I trust you had a good weekend. All right, a little more detail in this report. Beaver County officials confirming the mandatory evacuation does include part of Darlington Township. Officials say they have made contact with everyone in that radius, telling them, get out. Again, Governor DeWine has activated the Ohio National Guard. According to the Columbiana County Sheriff, those with children in their homes who decline to evacuate, you may be subject to arrest. You still have the smoldering tangle of dozens of derailed freight cars, some again carrying hazmat, has kept the evacuation order in effect in Ohio near the Pennsylvania state line. In total, about 50 cars derailed about 9 o'clock Friday evening. Train that was carrying a variety of products from Madison, Illinois, headed to Conway, Pennsylvania. Now, at this point, no injuries to crew, residents, or first responders. And all the stuff about monitoring air and water quality. Norfolk Southern said 20 of the more than 100 cars were classified as carrying hazardous materials, defined as cargo that could pose any kind of danger, including flammables, combustibles, or environmental risks. Some cars carrying vinyl chloride, and at least one was intermittently releasing its contents via the pressure release device. Of course, they announced Sunday afternoon they were also carrying combustible liquids, butyl acrylate, and residue of benzene from previous shipments, and a number of other non-hazardous materials. All right, of only 10 cars that derailed carrying hazardous material, 5 of those actually contained the vinyl chloride, not 14, as some of the earlier reports had said. Vinyl chloride used to make polyvinyl chloride, hard plastic resin, and a variety of plastic products, but it is known to be associated with risk of liver cancer and other cancers. All right, not real familiar with any of the chemicals involved there, but all right, back to horse feathers. So, what was the term you used if the actual rail car goes up like a bomb?
It's called a blevy. It's a boiling liquid. Let me get back to the page here. Go and do that. One more page back here. Boiling liquid expanding vapor explosion.
Okay.
And this is a term I should be able to rattle off in my sleep, and I've been out of the fire service long enough that just not dealing with it. But anyways, what happens is that like my tank that I have the propane in, and a lot of other tanks that carry flammable liquids, they're actually at their safest point when they're full. Because what you don't want to have happen is excessive pressure. And excessive pressure comes with vapor. And when the vapor content pretty much exceeds the liquid content in the car, it'll get to the point that the container cannot hold the pressure. And what it's doing with its release valve right now is exactly what it's supposed to be doing, is trying to vent excessive pressure.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is that propane boils at minus 40 degrees below zero. Your other cryogenics like oxygen, nitrogen, they boil in somewhere between minus 275 and minus 300 degrees Fahrenheit. So at a very, very low temperature. So, and like butane itself, that gets put into the gasoline and gets put into your cigarette or into your lighters,
mm-hmm.
and gets used for propellant in like your hairspray and everything. That boils somewhere around 0 degrees. So with the air temperatures where they're at, everything is at its boiling point or way past it. And what happens is when you get to the point that the liquid inside is ready to boil, and the only thing keeping it from changing from a liquid to a vapor is the pressure, you have to contain that, and when you get the pressure so high the rail car or the container cannot hold it, that's when it's supposed to vent and try to keep the pressure in check. And what happens is that you actually exceed the pressure the vessel can handle, and the vessel ruptures. And the way most of them are set up, being in a cylinder, they usually rupture at an end. So what happens is you end up with a missile or a rocket, and until all the liquid fuel is burned from changing from liquid to vapor, and then the fire that goes with it, which is pretty much the way NASA sends their rockets up into the air, the rail car's going until it runs out of fuel. And I was just starting to tell you about the little town of Skenevis. It's just east of Oneonta that had a rail car derailment of propane, and they actually lost their whole fire department to it, and all the equipment and quite a few members of the fire department. And it was one of these levees, and the rail car traveled close to a mile from the railroad tracks to where it impaled itself in the side of a hill. And if you know where to look at the right times of year when there's no leaves on the trees, when you go up 88, Route 7 in Oneonta is on the north side of the highway. The hill is on the south side of the highway. You can still make out where the indentation is in the hill from where the rail car landed, close to a mile away. And it's still used for training in the fire service, that event. I know I'm kind of jumping around here a little bit, but I sent you a Google link to Blevy so you can see that, and I also sent you a link to somebody that recalled that event 40 years later from the neighboring department in Worcester, New York. And it's quite the thing. It give you a whole nother look of what you look at with rail cars. Just to let people know what I run down the highway, my trailer is water capacity of right around 11,000 gallons, and you don't fill it liquid capacity with the propane, because you have to leave a vapor area to maintain that pressure balance. And but a rail car carries, for propane, carries around 33,000 gallons water capacity. But with every product, every tank car, even though they carry a liquid, they're all designed different and all different sizes, because everything has a different, what they call specific gravity, what it weighs, for the amount you can put in, the amount they can carry, the amount of room they have to have for vapor. So, but yeah, that type of situation is not definitely want to be aware of their surroundings, and as the time goes on, it actually becomes more dangerous, as they're saying right now. So that what the bad part will be is when that rail car gets down to maybe a quarter liquid or an eighth liquid and the rest all vapor, the pressure will increase so much that it will have a chance to rupture if they can't keep the rail cars, the metal of the rail car cool enough to be able to contain that type of pressure. Because when you get metal hot, it also weakens.
It's going to weaken the metal. Yeah.
Strength. Exactly.
Well, I wonder
so
if
it doesn't have the.
Are firefighters? I don't know. Are they able to get close enough to be putting water on the tanks, trying to keep those tankers cool? Do you know?
At this point, they probably set up monitor nozzles, and they're pretty much doing everything remote. They just have big nozzles with water pouring on as much as they can.
Okay.
And have pretty much evacuated the area as far back as possible as they can, and still be able to pump water to it. So, but definitely is not something to be messed with, and it's really too bad that it happened. But everybody should be aware of this. I mean, all this stuff is going through your backyards. It's going down the tracks. It's going through your towns. It's going through your backyards. It's traveling from point A to point B. I mean, a few years ago we had the crude oil train that was a runaway up in Canada. I mean, this stuff is all around you all the time. It's in trucks going up and down the highway. People that cut off tanker trucks have absolutely no idea what they're doing when they're playing with us out here. That they, it's life or death. And my wife, tells people that I'm out here, driving a bomb up and down the road, which in all reality it is.
Mm-hmm.
But there's, if something happens with me with another vehicle out here, it's life and death situation out here. And, I know every day that I come out here to be on the highway, there is a chance that I won't go home at night. And it's not just from the accident itself. It's from what I'm pulling up and down the highway, depending on the type of accident I'm involved with. So, yeah, it's kind of a reality check there. It makes you think a little bit, but is all jobs that need to be done and things that people need and part of life, and everybody's kind of got to do their part. So, we're here doing it. But anyways, I don't know. So how was your weekend, Your Honor?
Well, short and sweet. Didn't do a whole heck of a lot over the weekend.
Yeah. Hey, I do want to tell you, when you held me over on the news break there, I'm actually in the same exact spot where I had that issue that one morning at 3:30 there, and you held me over on the news break.
That's funny.
I did not say one word while you were on your news break. I made sure not to say anything or blow the train horn or anything of that nature. So just to let you know, but other than that, again, condolences to the families for Bubba Bear and Sugar Bear, Bubba Bo and Sugar Bear. I'll wake up here at some point.
Yeah.
And I guess the only thing left to say is pencils for everybody.
Very good. Well, hey, good to hear from you. I hope you had a good weekend. Thanks for checking in, and we'll chat later on a Monday. All right, so we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Looks like our friend Rick in Columbus is on board, a.k.a. Rick Friend. I hope you had a good weekend. Hey there. Welcome aboard. There's Hired Gun checking in from Northwest Georgia. And yes, we lost two one-of-a-kind greats this weekend. But their memories will live on with those who had the good fortune to meet them. Painted side stays on top. Yep, that is correct. Country Bumpkin checking in, enjoying retirement. That's a good thing. And our number, 844-844-3388. So, yes, indeed, the polar vortex over the weekend. Boston hit that 10 below zero Saturday morning. Had a wind chill of minus 45 at one point. Boston recorded two record lows during Friday night, one on the 3rd and another on the 4th. Prior to the midnight hour, before the midnight hour, the mercury dipped to 8 below, smashing the previous record for February the 3rd. That dated back to 1881. A few hours later, during the early morning hours of the 4th, Saturday, as the temperature went down to 10 below zero, that broke that date's record of 2 degrees below zero from 1886. This is the coldest air the city has experienced since the thermometer dipped to 12 below zero in January of 1957. Pretty impressive feat, given that there was no snow on the ground to help chill the air even further with this latest Arctic blast. Wow. The wind chill plummeted to 114 below zero at 4 a.m. Eastern Time. This is the summit of Mount Washington. We were talking about that. They could hit 100 below wind chill. Yes, 114 below as winds gusted close to 100 miles per hour. Now, the actual air temperature at the time was 47 below zero, which tied a 1934 record for the lowest temperature ever recorded at the station there at Mount Washington. That's just unfathomable. 114 below. Now, compared to wind chill, which describes the cooling effect of wind and temperature, AccuWeather has their own formula for what they call the real feel temperature that takes into account humidity, precipitation, cloud cover, and visibility to give a better sense of what it actually feels like outside. In addition to the real feel temperature, Mount Washington now holds the record for the lowest wind chill ever recorded in the United States at 109 below zero. Temperatures at this level rarely observed on Earth, they tell us. Video footage captured at the summit showed the extreme nature as conditions at Mount Washington, wind-driven snow obscured visibility. The summit appeared eerily dark despite it being the middle of the afternoon on Friday. How about that? The wind speeds, while intense, a far cry from the all-time wind record that was set on that mountain back in 1934. Which is also mind-boggling. 231 mile per hour wind gust was clocked there. That's just bizarre. To put that into context, the mountaintop received wind gusts of Category 3 hurricane strength, along with temperatures 47 degrees below zero in the same 24 hours. It's no wonder that Mount Washington is described by some as home of the world's worst weather. You got a feel for the crews that had to be there, going out and checking the instruments, right? Several other cities fell to more than 30 below zero Friday night into Saturday morning. Gray Knob, New Hampshire, 39 below. Mount Mansfield, Vermont, 35 below. High Market, New York was at 35 below. Two populated cities also went well below zero. That would be Portland, Maine at minus 15, and Binghamton, New York, 13 below zero. Of course, those bitterly cold temperatures didn't last too long. the summit of Mount Washington. High temperatures forecast to be in the 20s with lows in the teens. It's pretty close to normal for February standards there, but what a night that must have been. Friday night into Saturday morning. All right, we head toward news break. Bottom of the hour coming up here. We'll get back to your calls. Plenty of room for you. Love those Mondays. It's 844-3388. So by now we all know, yes, the military shot down the suspected Chinese spy balloon off the coast of Myrtle Beach, the coastal areas, after literally traversing the country from the west coast to the east. I mean, I guess it traversed portions of Alaska. Then, of course, came across Montana. We first got the news when it was over Montana last week. Made its way down over St. Louis, western Kentucky, eventually dropped down into the Carolinas. China apparently not happy. China responded that they reserved the right to take further action, criticizing the U.S. for an obvious overreaction. In a statement this past day, China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs says China will resolutely uphold the relevant company's legitimate rights and interests, and at the same time reserving the right to take further action in response. What might that be? Of course, the call had gone out midweek last week. Apparently the president asked to have it shot down. Supposedly the military brass said there would be too much of a risk for people on the ground, which, I don't know, there's a lot of wide open space in places like Montana and Wyoming, and the Dakotas. Nonetheless, the decision was made to let it wait.
USA News Update. A 7.8 magnitude earthquake is being felt after hitting the southern part of Turkey. Strong aftershocks were being felt in southern and central Turkey as well. The current extent of damage and injuries is not known. A GOP congressman says that President Biden's decision to shoot down a Chinese surveillance balloon was like, quote, tackling the quarterback after the game is over. Appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, Ohio Republican Mike Turner said it was a mistake to wait until the balloon was over the Atlantic since its mission was complete. The mission is at hand for the Eagles and Chiefs. They've arrived in Arizona ahead of next weekend's Super Bowl 57. Tomorrow is Media Day. Beyoncé now owns the record for most Grammys all time. Her 32nd win came for the album Renaissance, which won for Best Dance Electronic Album, passing classical music figure George Solti. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So indeed, ultimately we shoot the balloon down, right? A couple of things we learned Saturday evening. They do say the debris field formed a 7-mile radius when all was said and done. Of course, there was a rush to gather up as much of the debris field as possible. You know, what they were able to recover has been taken to Quantico, Virginia, to be analyzed. That's where the FBI headquarters is. The Pentagon, they say, had reportedly jammed the balloon signal so that it could not transmit data back to China, and they supposedly even extracted some data from it. Now, they did say there's the potential of a third balloon out over the Atlantic Ocean. Temporary shutdown of all commercial airspace by the FAA had been implemented. I think 3 airports were shut down for a period of time there as they shot this thing down. Yeah, a lot of folks got video, though. You can hear people sharing their video via social media, cheering as the missile strikes the balloon, kaboom. Now, things we all want to know, what was this balloon actually trying to do? A surveillance balloon. Some are saying it was a trial balloon. One expert says this could be a dry run to deliver an electromagnetic pulse device over the country. A device that could wipe out the power grid in this country. China's balloon flyover is clearly a provocative and aggressive act, according to retired Air Force Major David Stuckenberg, who actually once led the Defense Department's EMP task force. It was most likely what they would call a dry run. It meant to send a strategic message to the USA. We cannot take this for granted. Now, he did say the EMP, of course, and EMP, we've talked about these for years, would dismantle, literally, the U.S. power grid. What is an EMP? It's a brief burst of electromagnetic energy, causing interference that can disrupt communications, fry electronics at higher outputs, even damage such things as planes and buildings, using a balloon as a weapon of mass destruction or a weapon of mass effect could provide adversaries with a palette of altitudes and payload options to maximize an offensive effect against the United States. Now, the paper referenced Andrew Baird, a competition balloon pilot, owner of Cameron Balloons USA, a global balloon manufacturer, who said it is feasible for an individual to design, build, and launch a balloon to reach altitudes 35 to as high as 200,000 feet, carrying a payload of several hundred pounds. It's not that complicated to do, he says. Someone can seek commercial support to build and launch customized high-altitude balloons under the guise of scientific research. Although some aspects of the balloon, what it was equipped with, are difficult to resource, few elements required to create or launch designs are monitored or even regulated. In fact, a high-altitude balloon could be designed, created, and launched in a matter of months. And there's nothing to prevent several hundred pounds of weapons material from being delivered to altitude. There's one potential perspective. And now the fallout, of course. Several former military officials said that we could face significant shortfalls if there is ever a conflict with the Chinese regime, of course, over Taiwan. As we shot down the Chinese spy balloon, unfortunately, talking broadly and in overall terms, the Chinese have dramatically increased their air, sea, space, cyber, and missile capabilities in the last couple of decades. James Anderson is the acting Undersecretary of Defense for Policy under President Trump. In some of the scenarios that could happen, we might well be at a competitive disadvantage initially because they have home field advantage in terms of their capacity to quickly mobilize local forces, and that's really important to the Chinese military. Last week, Representative McCall of Texas, the new chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, said the odds of conflict with China over Taiwan are very high after a U.S. general released a memo about a potential conflict with the regime in 2025. I mean, just a few short years away. General Mike Minahan, who heads the Air Mobility Command, wrote to the leadership of the roughly 110,000 members saying, "My gut tells me we will fight in 2025. I hope he's wrong, but I think he's right, though," according to McCall in an interview last week. Now, although the general's views do not represent the Pentagon, it does show concern at the highest levels of the military over a possible attempt by China to exert control over Taiwan. We're preparing for it, and we should, according to Senator Dick Durbin, member of the Senate leadership. There are 4 countries around the world that we watch very carefully in terms of our own security, and China is actually number 1. The balloon's presence over the U.S. first detected in Montana, which prompted the Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, to announce that he was canceling his scheduled trip to China. But to kind of explain, we haven't been involved in such a conflict in decades. Since World War II, a possible conflict would require a large number of warships and aircraft carriers to exert control over the Pacific Ocean. I mean, we haven't been in that kind of a conflict since 1945. Casualties would come in very short period of time. They've, done computerized war game scenarios. War games that covered 3 or 4 weeks. And they say such a conflict really requires a cultural change in the U.S. military. Now, keep in mind how we've been depleting our own weapon supplies, sending so much to Ukraine over the past year. Industrial production has slipped in recent decades. A large number of U.S. and Western-based countries have outsourced manufacturing to China and other countries in recent years. It certainly is a realistic concern. Our inventories are not that large, and our ability to replace them, the surge capability of our defense industry is not so that in a long conflict we would be at risk of running out of key munitions and weapons. Let's see. Senior advisor to the National Bureau of Asian Research spoke on Sunday that it's difficult to predict what could happen. There are areas in which they have dominance. There are also areas in which we have dominance. So it's not exactly apples and oranges type of comparison. China certainly has geographic advantages just based on the fact that they're only 100 miles from Taiwan. That's something that requires advanced logistical planning. And of course, he did mention the fact China really does not have any experience conducting a major amphibious assault on the scale that would be required to take Taiwan. Yeah, they did attack various outlying islands of Taiwan during multiple crises back in the 1950s, but those were very small operations. But just trying to look, pieces of the puzzle, how do you put things together? Be interesting to see what we can learn in the coming days. What's going on, Pappy? How was your weekend?
Laying around a little bit too much. Got a lot of stuff to do tonight before I go back to work tomorrow.
Uh-oh.
But, yeah, man, condolences to the show, to Monkey Gouger. Lost 2 good friends. I was texting him earlier, and, yeah, he lost 2 good friends in one day, you know, so a lot of you did out there, so everybody out there knew these fine gentlemen. Steve, man, you kind of stole my thunder there. I was going to tell you, man. Steve, why didn't they shoot that thing down?
I mean, how much? There's a lot of wide open space in Montana. Somebody, I think Grump or somebody called and said, "What the hell is it going to land on a cow or what?"
Steve, they didn't shoot that thing down because of the possibility of it having an EMP on it. Listen, make no mistakes about it. These balloons can carry that payload. All right? That's the reason they didn't shoot it down. If they would have shot it down and if it would have detonated, we'd be in a world of hurt right now.
So the idea that once it's off the East Coast, it wouldn't be over a populated area enough to cause...
Correct.
I mean, I'm thinking the flight path this thing took, and I mean, they were saying something about they actually had the ability to maneuver, which I don't really understand. I thought, the balloons would just go with the trade winds or whatever, the jet stream, but they said it was maneuverable. The path from Montana once this thing, I mean, instead it went over like St. Louis, boom, that's dead center of the country. That's where they would want to detonate an EMP because it would take out the entire grid.
Yeah, check an email I just sent you. It shows the path of that thing. Steve, that's what all the solar panels were, to maintain communications, right? To have comms, to power up any motive of propellant to move that thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much, it's my understanding that you can steer balloons, right, just by raising them up in the atmosphere and lowering them a little bit. You can actually turn them and kind of coerce them into going a certain direction.
Okay.
Now, Steve, I want you to think of this. If they were to launch an EMP on a missile, an ICBM type, right, we would pick that up immediately, and we would know that there has been a launch against our country. And they probably wouldn't just launch one, right, missile. They got to go up in the atmosphere and then come back down into the atmosphere below our magnetic field to detonate. Now, I want you to keep that, what I just said, in mind.
Mm-hmm.
So these balloons are designed to fly on an average between 80 and 100,000 feet. And that's where these EMPs are designed to be detonated at. So, Steve, I'm telling you, man, instead of launching a missile, right, they put this thing on a balloon, and we did exactly what they knew we would do and not shoot that thing down, thinking at first, it's just a balloon. I mean, listen, man, the Pentagon knows what's up. That general made that comment. Steve, who's to say they don't have hundreds of balloons over there in China ready to launch at any time, armed with these things? And that general statement that you made, that he put out to the troops, he was telling them, be prepared, get prepared.
So if we actually did end up in conflict with Taiwan, this would be their way of bringing this country to its knees. You lose the power grid, you can't be producing squat. You ain't producing no javelins, you ain't producing anything.
Steve, we have talked in depth over the years about what happens if this power grid goes down. You know, everybody knows. I don't think we need to keep talking about what would happen. Yeah, they use electronic countermeasures on the balloon, Steve. There's jamming devices, so to speak, right, that can prevent signals from being sent out.
Mm-hmm.
Say you got a explosive device that's designed to go off remote controlling, right?
Couldn't be detonated.
There's a device out there that you can set up and turn on where it blocks signals. And you got to be careful with these things because you can't do them around hospitals, airports. Literally planes flying over can be affected. So, you know, I'm not so sure that they were jamming that balloon signal all the way across the country. They might have been, I don't know. But, Steve, then again, these things are so high tech, right? They have the capability, if they notice that you're trying to jam the signal, that could cause the Tagon thing to detonate also. You know, my question here was, this thing should have been dropped a long time before it even came over our airspace. And if you tell me that they didn't know it was coming to our airspace, we got some serious problems, Steve.
I mean, because it traversed Alaska, as last I heard. Is that what you heard?
Yes.
Look,
pull up that email. You'll see that flight path.
Should have plenty
it went from China,
right,
north up to Alaska, and then came down south, hit the jet stream, and came across. And, all they got to do is put some propellers on this thing, Steve. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Charge the batteries with solar panels and steer that thing wherever they want it to go.
And it had, you could see in some of the photos, the videos and it had solar panels and all that dangling from it.
Yes, sir. Well, Steve, I can tell you right now, that missile they shot at, if they said it was a Sidewinder, I figured it might have been a Sparrow or a Sidewinder. A Sidewinder is a heat-seeking missile. Sparrow is radar guided. Thing's not producing a whole lot of heat like a jet engine for that Sidewinder to follow, but it was real close range. And I'm going to tell you, the missile was inert. Okay, it did not have a warhead on it. They just put a missile right through the middle of that daggone balloon, which was enough to, they could have done it, Steve, with 20 millimeter, just flew by this thing a couple times and put a couple burst of 20 millimeter rounds in it.
I mean, but what kind of plane do military jets have the ability to reach those kind of altitudes?
Yeah.
If it was 60,000 feet up?
Yeah, I don't know what the maximum limit is. I mean, we obviously have jets, that can get them altitudes. The spy planes and whatnot. They go up almost to the edge of the atmosphere and back, which is what we say the space shuttle, and not the space shuttle, but the International Space Station, I want to say it's like 240 miles above the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Now, think of this, Steve, when I talked about where these EMPs got to be detonated at. You had a story a couple weeks ago really caught my attention. Now, the scientists speculated that the Earth's magnetic field flip-flopped every 10,000 years or so. Right?
Mm-hmm.
When that happens, we lose our magnetic field. And we weren't sure how long it takes to get that magnetic field back, which makes us very, very vulnerable to solar flares and coronal mass ejections. That's the only thing that protects us from the sun's radiation. Now, if that magnetic field was down, so to speak, because the story you said a couple weeks ago, that, what was it, you believe? I only caught half of it. I got something recorded that I never did watch, but it sounded like the core wasn't rotating and it was affecting our magnetic field where the poles might flop. And this happens all the time. You remember reading that story?
Oh yeah, I do. Yes, that was about the Earth's core. But then there's also, you can do a little research about, the North Pole, South Pole. They are moving, and they're moving a lot more. I mean, they're moving like 40 kilometers a year or something. A lot more than I realized.
Well, I know they say they flip every 10,000 years. And when they flip, our magnetic safety net goes down. Now, if our net goes down, Steve, and if it was, I'm just speculating here, man. I don't know. I'm not no scientist, but I'm telling you this. If the magnetic pole was weak at that time when that balloon was coming over and it gets detonated, now it's not only going to affect us here down on the surface, but that thing's going to bounce back up and radiate and be able to destroy and take out these satellites. That magnetic field protects us. That's why if you detonated an EMP above the magnetic field, our magnetic field would protect us from that EMP. They have to be detonated down past the magnetic field. I don't know, man. It's just crazy stuff. Listen, China's at war with us, whether anybody wants to think so or not. We talked about the different the economic warfare, biological and chemical warfare, and obviously, conventional warfare. Steve, did they already hit us with the biological warfare?
You can't help but wonder. Yeah, will we ever get to the bottom of that?
Economic warfare, Steve, they have taken over. They have infiltrated our structure here in the United States. We've talked about this till we're blue in the face. China's not playing games. And we better be prepared for it. I'm not trying to scare anybody or blow smoke, Just saying. Be prepared. All right, my man, I took enough of your time.
All right, there is the reality that exists there, correct? All right, we're going to hit our news break. Yeah, the research that was released here a few weeks ago said that they've come to the conclusion that the Earth's inner core actually goes in like a 70-year cycle, reversing every 70 years.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
This is USA News. I'm Julio Flores. Memphis police are firing a 6th officer who was involved in the fatal arrest of Tyree Nichols. MPD said Hemhill violated 5 department policies and he was fired on Friday afternoon. He wanted to say the investigation into Nichols' death is ongoing and other officers are also being investigated for policy violations. The White House says the Chinese balloon moving over the continental United States is a clear violation of American sovereignty. On Air Force One heading to Philadelphia, Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said President Biden was briefed on the high-altitude balloon moving through U.S. airspace on Tuesday. She said the military didn't shoot the balloon down over concerns falling debris could hurt people on the ground. New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu says he's definitely thinking about running for president in 2024. Appearing on ABC's This Week, the New Hampshire Republican said there is a need for new leadership in the GOP. He also acknowledged the 2024 Republican primary field is likely to be crowded. Sununu noted there are a lot of really good candidates, including former Ambassador Nikki Haley, who's expected to launch her bid this month.
At the end of the day, you're going to have a lot of Republicans that get in that race. They're all really good people. They're really good candidates.
The governor also predicted former President Trump is unlikely to succeed in a 1-to-1 against Biden. He said Trump is seen as a very extreme candidate that will be receiving pushback from the American people.
Trump is going to be seen as a very extreme candidate. The country's going to push back against it. Just look at the results of 3 months ago, and that shows you where extreme candidates are going to end up falling.
Elon Musk is not being held liable for costing investors millions when he made claims about privatizing his electric vehicles. Musk previously issued a series of tweets telling people he'd secured funding to turn Tesla into a privately traded company. 3 weeks later, Musk scrapped the proposal, but fluctuating share prices during the ordeal cost investors millions, if not billions of dollars. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
A Texas man is under arrest for the theft of 2 monkeys from the Dallas Zoo. Davian Irwin has been charged with animal cruelty. He was caught while he was looking for his next victim, scoping out exhibits at the Dallas World Aquarium. First Lady Jill Biden is attending the Super Bowl in Arizona later this month. President Biden was at a Philadelphia fundraiser on Friday when he mentioned Jill would be attending the game on the 12th. The president joked that he was an Eagles fan by marriage and would be sleeping alone if he wasn't rooting for Philly in the upcoming game. The U.S. economy added more jobs in November and December than initially reported. The latest jobs report from the federal government revealed 290,000 positions were created in November. December numbers were also revised upward as there were 260,000 jobs added. Millions across the Northeast are coping with the record-setting Arctic blast. The wind chill is reaching -7 degrees in Buffalo, -21 degrees in Maine, and -22 in Vermont. Forecasters say the coldest air will be blanketing the Northeast Saturday morning, but things should be warming up Sunday. A top Southwest Airlines official will be testifying before senators next week following the airline's holiday meltdown. It canceled thousands of flights, and that's left many travelers stranded. Chief Operating Officer Andrew Watterson will be part of a hearing that is described as strengthening airline operations and consumer protections. Beyoncé now owns the record for most Grammys of all time. Her 32nd win came from her album Renaissance, which won for Best Dance Electronic Album. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to -40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
right. Thank you so much. Welcome back on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Now we'll get some of the industry headlines coming up here. First, let's get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. To the land down under. What's happening, Sylvester? Hey there.
First off, does this sound okay? Because I'm using a new headset.
Sounds good on this end.
All right, cool. I wanted to touch base briefly, first off, about Warren and Bubba. Now, Warren first. Back in the first days, and I'm not going to go into too much detail, but back in the early days of the charity that was put together for Bubba's son, there were a couple of issues, and I got to tell you, Warren Calder stepped up and single-handedly resolved one of the issues, and to me, that forever changed my opinion of him. It made me very, very, very respectful of Sugar Bear. A lot of respect for the guy. Hate to see him go. He's only a young man.
Yep.
61 is not old.
Yep.
I hate it. Absolutely hate it. My prayers go out to Antoinette, Baby Bear, the original Baby Bear. And I got to tell you, Steve, it's a huge loss for the trucking community, but also for the conservative movement up here. I hate it. I just hate it. So, just briefly about Bubba. For anybody who has listened to this show and Bubba's show for any amount of time, everybody knows the history and the things that went on and all that kind of thing. But I got to tell you, losing a guy like Bubba, and he wasn't an old man either.
Right.
So, is a massive loss. I hope Ed will possibly. I've asked. I said, look, Dick, you really should call in sometimes, because he and Ed Gibbs and Bubba became really good friends, and we messaged back and forth a little bit the other day, and I just can't believe how loved Bubba was. I'm going to just throw this out there. We're going to be there on the 31st of March. We'll be there probably in Louisville on the 30th of March, but the 31st of March, which is the Friday.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that at some point in time, we should get together and lift up a toast to Warren, Bubba, and all those others that were callers to this show and part of this show that have now passed. 31st of March, people. Maybe Papa John's Stadium. I don't know. This is only a very early idea. I kind of had the thought a little bit ago listening to Pappy's comments, and we ought to get together and just lift, if not anything else, just one toast, because these are the men, and there are women as well, who have made this show what it is, and we need to never forget their contribution to it. It saddens me that we're at this point. I mean, I've lost so many friends. I mean, Maniac and I didn't see eye to eye on several things, but we lost Rodney that long ago either, did we?
Sure did.
I can't believe it's 10 years since we lost Yoda. 10 years. Almost 9 years since we lost the burnt beans. You know? In saying all of this, back to the balloon.
Ah.
Now, what did it say when I called in as my message? Did it say balloons,
and more
balloons?
Exactly.
So evidently 17, and I'm not sure if this is accurate, but 17 balloons were launched recently out of central China. They have evidently have a little bit of controllability, not a massive amount. Propellers don't work on them at 60,000 feet, just so you know, Patty. Or whoever it was that was mentioning, I thought it was Patty, it could be wrong. But they do have the ability to move some. My concern with this whole situation is, first off, look, I am in no way a Biden supporter in any semblance, form, or fashion. But to immediately go and cynically start pointing the fingers and shoot it down, why aren't you shooting it down? Why aren't you shooting it down? Dude, we don't know all the answers.
Right.
And we should not know all the answers as civilians. I trust our military more than I trust, I'm sorry to say it this way, a bunch of truck drivers who hate Biden. I get it. Sorry. But we got to put our faith in those who are there to protect us. Now, as far as how they would shoot it, how they shot it down, the aircraft that was used to shoot it down, I think was an F-22.
Correct.
I'm not positive, but I think it was.
Yep.
Yeah. It cannot fly at that altitude. That is above. Okay, let me rephrase that. That is above its published altitude, and I believe it was at 66,600. Wait, is that right?
66,000 feet. Yeah, that sounds right.
It was shot.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's almost 10,000 more, or a bit over 10,000 more than what a F-22 is supposedly published able to fly. Now, in saying that, I don't know what missile they used. They couldn't have shot it down with cannon fire. Don't think that they could have used a kinetic rockets like they've used with other things like that. Kinetic rockets uses the actual mass of the missile to put a hole in something, like a sabot round going into a tank to put a hole in it. It doesn't use an explosive. It just uses hardened steel or hardened uranium, or what it called depleted uranium, to go through something. I don't know what they used for it. I don't know if we'll ever know. I don't know if we actually, as public, should know. I made a comment that, hey, this is, I think, on Friday. I think I made this comment, and somebody asked, like, what kind of things could we learn from letting it come across the country? One, I can assure you, we've been listening to it. In other words, we're listening to see what and how it's sending back information. Now, the first thing that people think of when they talk about surveillance is they think about cameras and visual, and you mentioned even last week that it's like cloud cover and that kind of. And I got to tell you, that's important. Visual is important, but the most important thing that you can find out is how we know it's there, what we're using to detect it, track it. By knowing those things, they can then create countermeasures so that we can make it so that it's invisible. Just a quick background. I was in anti-submarine warfare in the United States Navy, and one of the worst things that ever happened was there was a guy named Walker. He was a radioman, and his son, and they sent back secrets to the Russians, not about what our submarines were like, but about our anti-submarine warfare abilities and what we knew about their stuff and how we got that information. That is more powerful because then you can learn how to defeat it. There are a lot of things that we don't know about this. The things that have been coming across this country, the one that went across Central America and has since gone over the Atlantic. We know that there are at least 3 that they were tracking recently. And its most recent track, it's my understanding, this is the one that went over Montana.
Yep.
Yes, it did go over very southern part of Alaska, partly over the Aleutians, and then over part of like the islands there where Juneau is in Alaska, and then into Canada. I could be wrong about that, but pretty sure that was the case. Our facilities, we have early warning facilities up along all along there. Again, like you said, why didn't we do something back when it was there? I don't know, but I'm sure they have their reasons. I don't know what it is. Things do slip through sometimes, but I trust the military. Anyway, in saying all that, I've been saying for 20 years now, nearly 2005, I made a statement on your show. 2005. It's hard to believe it's that long ago. Everything that you buy that's made in China eventually will be is funding a bullet or a missile or a ship or whatever that will kill or hurt an American. Look, it stands even more true today. Hopefully it's not too late. Gotta look at that pedigree, people. Look to see where things are made. Currently, I'm still wearing American-made shoes that when I come over to the States, I will be replacing them because they're about worn out. But we got to watch the pedigree of stuff. Take it seriously, people. Steve, man, your show is so important. It's like Radio Free America. We can get the information out. And like Dipsy Driver says, and shout out to Dipsy, look forward to seeing you at Mid-America. But what he says, the best informed people in the nation. And Steve, you keep up the fantastic work. God bless you. And I look forward to seeing you in, what did I say, 52 days?
That's what you said. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Something like that anyway. I look forward to seeing you, my friend. Sorry for taking up all the airwaves and just yakking my jaw, but look, God bless you, brother. We'll talk to you later.
Hey, it's a Monday, and we got a 5-hour show. So, yeah, I appreciate all the help we can get, if you know what I mean. Have a great morning or a great evening on that side of the world now. It's evening there in Australia, right? Hey, I do see that they shot the balloon down with the Sidewinder. Yeah, the military gave some details of the engagement. The F-22 fired the Sidewinder at the balloon from an altitude of 58,000 feet. So that's a bit higher than I realized that our military planes could get. The balloon at the time, they said, was somewhere between 60 and 65,000 feet. F-15 Eagles flying from Barnes Air National Guard Base, Massachusetts, supported the F-22, as did tankers from multiple states, including Oregon, Montana, South Carolina, North Carolina. Canadian forces also helped track the overflight of the balloon. The Navy deployed the destroyer, the USS Oscar Austin, the cruiser, the USS Philippine Sea, and the USS Carter Hall, an amphibious landing ship, in support of the effort. So right now, pretty much, I guess they say that they've kind of set up a perimeter around where the debris field came down, looking to recover as much debris from the balloon as they can. The balloon fell approximately 6 miles off the coast in about 47 feet of water. No one was hurt. Long before the shoot-down, officials took steps to protect against the balloon's collection of sensitive information, mitigating its intelligence value to the Chinese. But the senior defense official said the recovery of the balloon will enable U.S. analysts to examine sensitive Chinese equipment. I'd also note that while we took all necessary steps to protect against the collection of sensitive information. The balloon's overflight of U.S. territory was of intelligence value to us. I can't go into more detail, but we were able to study and scrutinize the balloon and its equipment, which has been valuable to us. So very interesting. Again, the mission is now one of recovery. There are a number of Navy and Coast Guard vessels establishing a security perimeter around the area where the balloon came back to Earth, searching for debris. No estimate for how long that mission will take, military said, but the fact that it came down in such a shallow area should make recovery fairly easy. I was thinking this stuff's going to be like in hundreds or thousands of feet of depth. But that's pretty darn shallow. If that turns out to be true, that would be good. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Meanwhile, let me jump over to 5-7 here on a Monday. Morning, 5-7.
Good morning. Yeah, just 38 degrees here in South Carolina, and rolling out of the girlhood home of Nikki Haley, Bamberg, South Carolina. So it's dry and 10% chance of rain until 4 a.m. Just a slight wisp of groundfall. I don't trust our military. I'm sorry, but, obviously, they thought it was okay to give up Bagram. I'm glad we're out of there, but I believe we should have kept a defendable base where we could have evacuated people out of there. But that was, General Milley said, I didn't see that coming.
Right.
Well, it's his job to see all aspects in all issues and to fight the president on it. When the president says, well, give up Bagram, move to the city where you can be surrounded by the enemy. That's where you fight the president and say, sir, I'm not going to put our troops at risk, and I'm going to resign. And that's it. You find somebody else that's going to kill our people. So I don't trust our military right now. Besides that, they're going around trying to find, Trump supporters and any conservatives in the rank and get rid of them. They're more worried about people that actually fight for this country than the people out there trying to get it. And I just want to give out, number one, I want to give a shout out to China, because at least now people wake up. This balloon people are looking at it and they supported Biden. They don't believe anything bad about China. There you go. But we can go back even further in time. I mean, my brain was working out, it's an old computer and it takes a while, smoking out my ears and all that. Under Barack Obama, Obama was actually doing a good job. He was trying to sell airplanes, Boeing airplanes, to the Asian bases, Philippines and around that area. If you remember, we had a missile shot right off the coast of Los Angeles. None of our military, the Navy, Air Force, nobody claimed that missile shot. And I nobody wanted to say it. It sort of went away quick. But I assure you, I believe it was a Chinese missile off of a submarine, and they were proving that they could do that they could shoot a missile, not be detected off our coastline. And then under Trump, if you remember, they were doing that radar, that was powerful naval radar that could detect this stuff, and the environmentalists got it shut down because it was killing the whales. Possibly the same thing is happening up there, kind of radar, where they're trying to find a
mapping,
good
right.
anchorage. All right, so this China and this stuff's been going on for a while, so I do think at least it's opening up some people's eyes. Fox News Sunday, they were getting all over, criticizing the president on this stuff. Hey, it should have shot it down before it got to the coastline. I mean, we have territorial airspace over Alaska. They could have brought it down there, So, this was a fail. But no, I just say that thank you, China. You keep doing this stuff. You might strengthen the hand of Republicans that are willing to do this stuff. On a sideline on Fox News Sunday, the president had a man on there defending raising the debt limit, because we got to do this, got to buy this, and the young lady right there gave a speech by a young senator that was arguing raising the debt limit, and how it would be terrible to do this.
Right. Well, we got to pause there, so hold that. We'll be back after the news break.
USA News Update. President Biden is huddling with top advisors ahead of Tuesday's State of the Union address. Biden flew to Camp David on Saturday, where he's expected to discuss efforts to raise the debt ceiling, Russia's war in Ukraine, and the 2024 presidential race, among other issues. Relations with China are also likely to be on the agenda after he ordered the military to shoot down a suspected Chinese surveillance balloon off the coast of South Carolina. Biden's primetime speech will bring him face-to-face for the first time with the Republican House majority. That 90s show is being renewed for a second season at Netflix. The streaming giant made the announcement on Twitter. The series takes place around 20 years later after the events of that 70s show. A Texas man is under arrest for the theft of 2 monkeys from the Dallas Zoo. David Irwin has been charged with animal cruelty. He was caught while he was looking for his next victim, scoping out exhibits at the Dallas World Aquarium. I'm Julio Flores.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, jump back into it here. Let me get back, finish up at 5-7. There you go. Thanks for hanging in there.
Hey, where I go. One last thing on the military and trust before I get back to Fox News. Remember, a military officer sacrificed his career, his commission, to bring out the fact that he didn't trust the leadership. Now, him and I would disagree. He wanted to leave troops in there, and even in that vulnerable airport. But he sacrificed his career. He did not believe in the leadership that we have now, and finally, when it all comes down to this, it's not a bunch of truck drivers that hate Biden. It's the fact that President Biden is the commander-in-chief. When it comes out of his mouth, it's a fact. Okay? It's going to happen. Now, whoever's behind him operating the remote control, I don't know. But no, that's our system. Also, on Fox News Sunday, it was interesting. Had a guy that was arguing for the debt limit from the Biden administration, arguing for the debt limit to be raised. Had to be raised. And I loved it because this young lady, beautiful. This is the first time I watched Fox News since Chris Brown. But she's a beautiful young lady, and she she read a thing from a young congressman, went up and down and talked about how bad it was for the country to raise the debt limit and all this. And finally, that guy said, I don't know who this the congressman was, but and the lady goes, that's your boss, President Biden. Mm-hmm. Which only shows it's just another bunch of BS games that they play, and you and I will end up. I already said that last week. We're not going to have to pay for none of this stuff. This is all going to be paid for by that little baby girl, baby boy in the crib. They're the ones that's going to have to pay for this stuff. And one thing that was definitely brought out, I mean, yes, under President Trump, it was the same thing. Break the debt limit. So we're slowly shooting ourselves in the foot here. But I just thought that was interesting how she was able to use President Biden's own words against the argument from his White House. And other than that, there's not much I could go add on to that. And the Pappy covered a lot of good stuff in there. We don't know about the balloon situation, but it definitely would. And by the way, there was one other thing that come out. This possibly may have not been the only balloon. We might have had balloons that come across during Trump administration or Obama that we were not aware of, and they kept it secret. Somehow this word got out. So that's an interesting point, and we don't know if it's a fact or not, but if we'd like to know. But like I said, they shut that missile off under Barack Obama's reign, and it seemed like, all our military claimed they didn't do nothing. It wasn't theirs, and it seemed like everybody lost interest in China shooting a missile off our coast. And they did it at a time of the day, like 5 p.m., where they knew helicopters would be in the air, and they would be able to see it. So this little game with China has been going on for a while. So just everybody hang on, and the Lord have mercy. I hope we're ready. All right, this is 5-7. We down.
All right, thank you much, 5-7. Have a good morning. Be safe out there. I saw there were reports that said Chinese balloons traversed the United States under Trump's presidency. Now, apparently he's saying he wasn't made aware of it. Disinformation. And now they're putting out that a balloon was put up by China during the Trump administration to take the heat off of slow-moving Biden. Let's see. Trump says China had too much respect for Trump for this to have happened. And it never did. Just fake disinformation. Now, he may have been referencing a report from the AP that originally claimed 2 Chinese balloon incidents actually occurred during his time in the White House. Later on, however, that same story was changed to 3 instances involving Chinese balloons reaching American airspace without an edit correction notice from the Associated Press. As evidence, Amber Athey, the Washington editor for the American Spectator, noted how the Associated Press changed its story in virtual real time without explaining the rationale. So, yeah, true, false, fake information. I did see the original AP report. But, yeah, you'd think, would Trump have kept it quiet? He was kind of lambasting Biden for allowing the thing to traverse. He said, I would have shot the damn thing down right out of the box. I don't know. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Back to work Monday. Who we got on board?
Good morning, Steve.
Hello, Shadow Chaser.
I'm sorry to hear about Bubba. My thoughts and prayers go out to him, Miss Sally, and Sugar Bear.
Yes.
He was a good friend of mine, too. Hey, check on something. Yesterday morning, Steve, From mile marker 19 on west on the Ohio Turnpike, it was closed down. He was looking for something off in the one exit. Oh, what was going on? If they was looking for evidence or what? Sunday morning there on the Ohio Turnpike on the west side. I didn't find anything. I just wanted you.
I hadn't seen anything in the industry headlines. I could do a search, see if I could dig anything up.
All right, how was your weekend?
Short and sweet. Here we are, Monday already. Boom, just like that.
I hear you. Well, at least the weather's getting better.
Yeah, I'll take the warmer temperatures, yes.
Hey, did you catch any of that racer at Los Angeles Coliseum there yesterday?
You know what, I was flipping through the channels, and they were doing qualifying when I tuned in. But no, I didn't tune into I saw some social media posts, which, it looks like there was a very, very, very thin crowd there.
Yes. All right, well, have a good rest of 1 year. See, let you go see what you can find about the Ohio Turnpike there yesterday.
All right, I'll see what I can dig up there, Shadow Chaser. Yeah, the one photograph during the race. I mean, we're talking about the arena. That place holds 100,000 people or something. Yeah, there may have been 25, maybe 30,000. I don't know if they've released any actual attendance numbers, but yeah, overall, there was plenty of empty seats. 2 or 3 empties for every occupied seat for that race. Now, what was it, $1.5 million to build the track in the Coliseum there, and then they've already begun the process of tearing it down at a cost of another $1.5 million. All right, clear lines on a Monday at 844-844-3388. Somebody sent me a link to this. A book entitled 1 Second After. Never heard of it. From back in 2009. But it kind of goes into the scenario of an EMP being detonated. Yeah. Very interesting. I mean, could this be like what they say, Hollywood becoming real life reality? A lot of things have over the years. So many science fiction. You look back at your Star Trek and your Star Wars, and the things that do exist now that were just simply science fiction at the time. The plot of the book. John Matheson, a professor of history at the local Montreat Christian College, a retired U.S. Army colonel, Gulf War veteran. He had moved back to Black Mountain, North Carolina with his family when his late wife was dying from cancer. He now is the widowed father of 2 daughters. At 4:50 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time on the second Tuesday of May, which is the first day described in the book's narration, the phone lines in the town suddenly went dead, along with all the electrical appliances. Within hours, it became pretty clear this was no ordinary blackout. Every modern electrical device was disabled, destroyed by what Matheson is beginning to suspect as an electromagnetic pulse attack on the United States. The U.S. has effectively been returned to the 19th century, with very few 21st century people able to deal with such conditions. Matheson later remarks that survivors have had to rely on the technology of the early 16th century. His immediate concern was for his 12-year-old daughter, who had type 1 diabetes. Without a constant supply of insulin, which requires refrigeration, she would die. But the book goes into how the whole community responds as many others face similar crisis. His experience and character help him with the town's residents. Hundreds of motorists are stranded when their vehicles stop. They get into town, making the residents feel threatened by the number of people that are needing help. An immediate concern is food. No refrigerators or freezers are running, nor are the grocery stores receiving supplies. Residents of the nursing home in town, where his elderly, cancer-stricken father-in-law is being cared for, are at risk. The elderly and the frail need refrigerated medicines. Many require constant nursing care. The EMP has disabled the nursing home's generator. There are no AM or FM radio broadcasts. There is no television, no internet, and thus no communication with anyone outside the town possible. It takes 2 months before a working antique telephone can connect Black Mountain with the nearby town of Swannanoa. Matherson's in-laws are car collectors who happen to own a 1959 Edsel and a Mustang that were not affected by the EMP. They have no sensitive electronics. Similarly, a resident's vintage airplane is now useful because it has no vulnerable electronics. Without modern sanitation and supplies, disease is surging. Minor wounds become serious infections. The community has exhausted their supply of antibiotics. The social order begins to break down. It's too late in the year to plant and harvest crops. Suddenly, skills not needed in generations have become critically necessary. The town organizes their young, able-bodied to defend against a marauding band of cannibals. When they attack, there's a violent and deadly battle with high fatalities. After a while, the extreme shortages of food require rationing. Increasingly, Matherson assumes a growing leadership role as the situation deteriorates. He leads several battalions of college students into battle against the marauding posse. The college's resource officer is killed. 2/3 of the students die. After the battle, the posse leader is captured and hung on the interstate. 1 year later, the U.S. military arrives. 1 year later, right? The military arrives to rebuild and aid the town. It's learned the EMP was generated by 3 nuclear missiles launched from offshore container ships. One was launched from the Gulf of Mexico, detonated in the upper atmosphere over Utah, Kansas, and Ohio. The container ship was sunk by an explosion immediately after the missile launch. No one knows who was responsible. Another missile was fired off the Icelandic coast and detonated over East Europe and Russia. That launch affected major cities like St. Petersburg and Moscow and everything in between. Another was detonated over Japan and South Korea. The U.S. government believed an alliance between Iran and North Korea conducted the attacks and retaliated by striking both with nuclear weapons. The U.S. withdraws all overseas military forces to aid in rebuilding and humanitarian work at home. The EMP attack brought down Air Force One, and the U.S. president died on impact. 1 year after the EMP attack, the United States is described as having 30 million survivors, down 90% from a pre-population attack, or attack population of 300 million people. By this point in time, the People's Republic of China is occupying the West Coast with a 500,000-strong occupation force, and Mexico occupies its former territory of Texas and the American Southwest. I mean, that's fictional. But people, I mean, in all honesty, and I think Pappy could verify that just based on the estimates and the numbers of something like this, if the power grid went down, things would go to the proverbial hell in a handbasket in short order. And in 1 year's time, that's not an unrealistic number, that 90% of the population would be dead. fictional. It's a novel. 1 second after. I might have to see if I can pick up a copy of that. And our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I guess we had some sort of a football game over the weekend. What was it, Pro Bowl or something? I paid no attention. Don't even know when or where it was played. Next weekend, Super Bowl Sunday, which I'm not all that excited about. Yeah, ho-hum. I'll just do my normal sleep like I do on any other Sunday. Yeah, wake up probably about the time halftime's closing down. See who's winning. Life goes on. Hey, if you're going to be moving freight out west, I guess it's welcome news. Drivers in Phoenix and Maricopa County got some welcome news with the Arizona Department of Transportation announcing they will stop or block any freeway closures in the Central District through February the 15th due to the upcoming Super Bowl and numerous other events. Of course, State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona will be hosting the Super Bowl, while the Waste Management Phoenix Open is scheduled for the 9th through the 12th at the stadium course at TPC Scottsdale. In addition, several football-related events and concerts are scheduled in the area. According to the DOT's website, there are 26 ongoing projects, road projects, in the central districts. We don't want fans, volunteers, and workers to be sidelined and getting where they need to be during these events ahead of the big game. So our teams can focus on work away from the pavement. Whether you're a visitor or a local resident, we want to avoid conflicts with our ongoing construction projects. So everything's pretty much on hold. No road closures, no blocks during the ongoing projects. I guess they did continue working this past weekend. The weekend we're closing out, but I guess between now and next weekend or the 15th. No road closures during projects. All right, a major semi-truck fire last Thursday at a truck stop in Greene County, Tennessee, in the early morning hours at the Love's Travel Stops, exit 30 off I-81. According to the Greene County, Tennessee Office of Emergency Management, one truck caught fire in the parking lot, and that fire spread to an adjacent truck. Both were heavily damaged by the fire. Yeah, multiple agencies responded to the truck stop fire there. Oh, and get a load of this. Yeah, right on the heels of last week, the FMCSA declaring an ELD as no longer, put them on the revoked list. Another ELD. They've revoked another electronic logging device from their list of registered devices. This was on Friday, as a matter of fact. The FMCSA added nationwide ELD to the list of revoked devices for failure to meet technical specifications. Now, it was just Tuesday of last week when they removed ELD1 from the list of approved devices. They instruct users of either device to take the following steps. Number 1, discontinue using the revoked device and revert to paper logs or logging software to record hours of service data. Number 2, replace the revoked device with a compliant ELD from the registered devices list. And this is what I was thinking, and I brought that up when I shared the story about ELD1 last week. You know, what's the likelihood of, all right, your device is no longer compliant. You go out and purchase another device only to find out maybe in days or months that, oh, this device is not compliant. Now, with hundreds of various devices on the list, can you imagine that someone maybe on Tuesday of last week went out and purchased a nationwide ELD to replace their ELD1, only to find out on Friday, hey, that's not compliant, got to get rid of it. I mean, the odds are probably pretty thin, but yeah, why is it taking so long, years, for the FMCSA to go through all these devices? And are they compliant or not? All right, we'll get a news break here. Monday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
This is USA News. I'm Julio Flores. Memphis police are firing a 6th officer who was involved in the fatal arrest of Tyree Nichols. MPD said Hemhill violated 5 department policies and he was fired on Friday afternoon. He wanted to say the investigation into Nichols' death is ongoing and other officers are also being investigated for policy violations. The White House says the Chinese balloon moving over the continental United States is a clear violation of American sovereignty. On Air Force One heading to Philadelphia, Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said President Biden was briefed on the high-altitude balloon moving through U.S. airspace on Tuesday. She said the military didn't shoot the balloon down over concerns falling debris could hurt people on the ground. New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu says he's definitely thinking about running for president in 2024. Appearing on ABC's This Week, the New Hampshire Republican said there is a need for new leadership in the GOP. He also acknowledged the 2024 Republican primary field is likely to be crowded. Sununu noted there are a lot of really good candidates, including former Ambassador Nikki Haley, who's expected to launch her bid this month.
At the end of the day, you're going to have a lot of Republicans that get in that race. They're all really good people. They're really good candidates.
The governor also predicted former President Trump is unlikely to succeed in a 1-to-1 against Biden. He said Trump is seen as a very extreme candidate that will be receiving pushback from the American people.
Trump is going to be seen as a very extreme candidate. The country's going to push back against it. Just look at the results of 3 months ago, and that shows you where extreme candidates are going to end up falling.
Elon Musk is not being held liable for costing investors millions when he made claims about privatizing his electric vehicles. Musk previously issued a series of tweets telling people he'd secured funding to turn Tesla into a privately traded company. 3 weeks later, Musk scrapped the proposal, but fluctuating share prices during the ordeal cost investors millions, if not billions of dollars. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
A Texas man is under arrest for the theft of 2 monkeys from the Dallas Zoo. Davian Irwin has been charged with animal cruelty. He was caught while he was looking for his next victim, scoping out exhibits at the Dallas World Aquarium. First Lady Jill Biden is attending the Super Bowl in Arizona later this month. President Biden was at a Philadelphia fundraiser on Friday when he mentioned Jill would be attending the game on the 12th. The president joked that he was an Eagles fan by marriage and would be sleeping alone if he wasn't rooting for Philly in the upcoming game. The U.S. economy added more jobs in November and December than initially reported. The latest jobs report from the federal government revealed 290,000 positions were created in November. December numbers were also revised upward as there were 260,000 jobs added. Millions across the Northeast are coping with the record-setting Arctic blast. The wind chill is reaching -7 degrees in Buffalo, -21 degrees in Maine, and -22 in Vermont. Forecasters say the coldest air will be blanketing the Northeast Saturday morning, but things should be warming up Sunday. A top Southwest Airlines official will be testifying before senators next week following the airline's holiday meltdown and canceled thousands of flights, and that's left many travelers stranded. Chief Operating Officer Andrew Watterson will be part of a hearing that is described as strengthening airline operations and consumer protections. Beyoncé now owns the record for most Grammys of all time. Her 32nd win came from her album Renaissance, which won for Best Dance Electronic Album. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the Diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the Diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the Diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, there you go. That's the way we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into Monday, 6th day of February. And a quick reminder, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, collector cars, boats, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended time. Sta-Bil Storage keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in the fuel system. Make sure you store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And if you'll go to the website goldeagle.com, the parent company, maker of Sta-Bil products based out of Chicago, you can save 15% off your entire order by using the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. Same way you save 10% on all the Hot Shot Secret products using that same coupon code Overnight Drive. All right, well, what are the odds? Canada's newest millionaire is one for the history books, they say. 18-year-old Juliette Lamour won $48 million in the lottery last month. Can you imagine that, 18 years old? Officials say she is the country's youngest person ever to win a jackpot that large. She also has beginner's luck. She said this was her first lottery purchase ever. The 18-year-old received her lottery check last Friday, told the crowd that her grandfather had encouraged her to buy the ticket just for fun. She said she learned about her huge win while she was at work. She said the boss told her to go home after hearing about the win, but her mom wanted her to stay and finish her shift. As far as how she plans to spend the money, she said she plans to pursue her dream of going to medical school and becoming a doctor. And at 18 years old, I hope she has the presence of mind to do that. Pursue your dreams with a $48 million win. I think you can afford the cost of tuition at whatever college you'd like to attend. Choose your favorite, right? Quickly from the email bag, after which we'll get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. I mentioned the book 1 Second After Tom in Illinois. Said, hey, Steve, the book is available on eBay at different costs. It's actually free at the website goodreads.com, but you may have to join their site. But I can tell you this, after the first 10 pages, I could not put it down. It's very eye-opening, although fictional. It's kind of a scary read because we know in reality it's the kind of thing that could actually happen. Yes, indeed, you are correct. Thank you so much, Tom. Then we heard from Wheelchair Dave. Dave was holding on earlier. I wondered why you disappeared there. He said the phone ran out of charge. So here's an email. Steve, and like Sylvester, a toast to all those before us. As I reflect over the news you shared, I've been calling in for many, many years. Yeah, in fact, I would call in and talk to your previous producers. Yeah, one of the producers I really enjoyed was Brad Mays. Yeah, the stories I have over the years are numerous and mostly funny, but some serious, concerning callers' health. Sorry, I was going to call in and go into all kinds of tech stuff about the China balloon and how China's been bullying the world. Yeah, remember, recently China threatened to shoot down Nancy Pelosi's plane. Anyway, have a good show. And looking forward to hearing from Scarecrow and his U-2 pilot son. Thank you much. Wheelchair Dave, have a great morning. What'd you think of the race yesterday, Dave? Kind of ho-hum? Oh, boy. So it is 844-844-3388. Good morning, Senor Heatwave.
Oh, good morning, Senor. Well, I jumped right on in the middle of your story there, and I actually thought, by the way you were talking, that it actually happened. And I thought, wait a minute, I didn't hear that. So that's what I get for waking up late and missing the corporate meetings.
Kind of sounded like that. That would have been like Orson Welles' War of the Worlds, right?
Yeah, sure enough. Except I didn't have any ideas of jumping out a, umpteen-story window because, oh, my God. I was just thinking, well, all my scopes are scoped in, sighted in, and got plenty of ammunition, so I was ready for anything.
I think the research says most people would not be able to get past the 90-day mark if something like that were to occur.
Oh, I think the hardy ones would be able to withstand it and be able to live through it. So, but yeah, a lot of them, a lot of the elderly, a lot of those that are on medications for one ailment or another. Yeah, that would definitely be Darwin thinning out the herd right there. That's for sure.
Yes, sir.
Well, I believe the flag football game or the Pro Bowl was held in Vegas yesterday, and it was actually a flag football game. Who won? I don't know, and like you, I could care less. Well, I certainly hope that the Arizona DOT and construction crews, if they stop working there in Phoenix, they get their silly asses out here to the west side of the state on Interstate 40 and start repairing the potholes that are coming up and repair on about the middle of last year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, good night. From the state line of California all the way into Flagstaff there, and even in Flagstaff. I mean, good Lord, that road is rough. You know, and if you're just one person driving, that's not too big a deal because you're going to be getting good sleep when the truck is shut down. But if you've got a team member in here, well, if they don't get good sleep at night, guess who else ain't going to be getting good sleep, you know, for the potential of an accident due to, you know, not being able to get the sleep. So, Arizona, you Democrat governor, fix your damn roads. Oh, Lordy, the Republican governor prior to this idiot in charge now, I was yelling at them to fix the roads. So, for those out there who think this is a partisan show, that was a bipartisan criticism. So there you go. Well, let's see what happened. Not really a whole lot happening out here. Just took the wife and my daughter out to Red Lobster on Saturday. You know, I know some people say Red Lobster's kind of like the Golden Corral of the seafood shops out there, but tell you what, they sure don't act like they're the, you know, second best. That's a little over $200 for the three of us. That's a pretty damned expensive Valentine's Day gift for the wife and kid. So I hope they really appreciate all that went into that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure American Express did too. You know, it's like, well, at least I can pay that $50 a month and then the rest of the bill. So, but yeah, you know, from looking at the pictures of that balloon, I really don't think that had any internal structure like a lattice work, like you would see on like the Hindenburg or anything like that. This looked to be just a regular gas-filled balloon that they have over here at the Balloon Fiesta in Albuquerque, just much bigger. So I really don't know what they're talking about as far as debris went. I mean, it's not like they couldn't have, well, I don't know.
It was all the stuff that was dangling from it, attached. I mean, it had solar panels, like a solar panel array attached. It had like radio receiving and transmitting devices on it. Yeah, I guess, and obviously cameras. Yeah, that's all the kind of stuff they want to get back. All the computer hardware, that's what they want.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what better way to map an area than with a slow-moving, you know, high-altitude balloon? And there is no way, you know, nature is going to just steer that balloon towards, you know, the different nuclear sites that we have out here. I mean, we've got, like I said, we got the ones up there in Malmstrom Air Force Base.
Yep.
That road, I think it's 287 going across Montana. There in Wyoming, you know, you've got what the hell's at that Air Force Base there in Cheyenne. They got missile silos out there. Then you got Kansas and Missouri. And that's exactly what that path was that balloon took. So it wasn't by providence. It was by programming. And so my question is, did they know about it prior to it hitting Canada? I mean, we've got a damn radar base out there in Alaska, you know, that continuously sweeps looking for, you know, bombers and whatnot from Russia that encroach on our airspace. And then I know we've got some, you know, not satellites, but radars over here on the mainland. I mean, hell, did Canada know there was something coming in from the Pacific? And if so, why wasn't something done prior to it hitting the mainland? But before it became a hazard to the community down here.
Right.
By the time it goes to the Atlantic, well, hell, it's done photographed every damn thing it needed to. So, well, what was China's response? I've seen some of the headlines, but they all sensationalize everything, and then you start reading it, it winds up being a little bit more than nothing. Did China say they were going to have some reprimands towards us as far as our aircraft or whatnot?
I mean, they
civilian or otherwise.
They pretty much said that they may have some sort of response. Well, what kind of response? Who knows?
Well,
they tried to maintain that it was a quote weather balloon. Yeah, weather balloon that had strayed off course, something like that. But yeah, we know better than that.
Yes, we do. And it's not the people of China, but it is the government of China that we can't trust. And we all know that. Just like we can't really trust our government over here, because we've seen firsthand what a bunch of lying sons of people, they'll flat out tell you night is day and day is night when you know better. So, but other than that, not a whole hell of a lot. Thought I'd check in before I get into the western mountains of Arizona. I'm glad we were able to do this again. I'm sorry to hear the loss of Sugar Bear and Bubba Bo. Well, all I can say is when they went up to the pearly gates, they didn't meet strangers. They just shook hands and said, "Well, here we are." So other than that, go Chiefs. And I have a very much dislike for the Philadelphia Eagles, and I probably won't be watching the game myself, but I'll be interested in finding out how it comes out. So go Chiefs.
All right.
And we'll holler at you later, senor.
Thank you so much. Happy Monday, if there's such a thing, right?
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
I think we had the one representative out of South Carolina, no less. It's asking the same question millions of us are asking. Yeah, exactly what Heatwave just asked. Yeah. How was it allowed for the balloon to cross portions of Alaska, Canada? Americans deserve answers. He said, this was South Carolina Representative Russell Fry. First of all, he said, now hats off to the military, the men and women in uniform who did that incredible job to take it down the way they did. Now, he actually represents the congressional district where the balloon was taken out. But this has really opened our eyes, in the entire country's eyes, to the threat that China poses to our national security. But when the president offered a one-word response about the balloon on Saturday, when asked if it was being taken down, that's not enough, he says. Why was this balloon allowed to enter our airspace and travel from Alaska through Canada, Montana, all the way to South Carolina? Why was it allowed to even enter to begin with? And I said, I understand the concerns about shooting it down over populated areas, but there's a lot of open space in Montana and Kansas and Alaska that this thing could have been taken out. I think for me and my colleagues in Congress, and really for the American people, there's a lot more unanswered questions at this point in time. Now, Chuck Schumer, I guess, said this past day that that they're going to get I don't know, would that be a confidential briefing? After some insisted we need more details about the balloon. Chuck Schumer announced that senators will receive a classified briefing on the matter on February 15th. A classified briefing for all senators concerning the Chinese threat in general had previously been scheduled for that date, apparently to begin with, before the news of the balloon was made public. Now, he went on to say the Gang of Eight bipartisan group of leaders who are given classified briefings was expected to be briefed as early as Tuesday of this week. Yeah, Republicans have criticized the administration for allowing this balloon to traverse much of the country. Let's see. Republican critics, breathless, political, premature, says Chuck Schumer. Where President Joe Biden and his team were calm, calculating, and effective. Let's see. So they're bickering back and forth, but confidential briefing. So if it's confidential, there's obviously information we're not going to be allowed to know about, because we're not allowed to have classified information, a classified briefing. Be careful when you get those classified papers. Make sure you turn them in. Don't be taking them home and putting them in a shoebox, because you might end up in trouble, right? Just saying. It's 844-844-3388. We'll get to Daryl coming up here in Fairfield. I believe that's Chris on the line. And room for you on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. President Biden is huddling with top advisors ahead of Tuesday's State of the Union address. Biden flew to Camp David on Saturday, where he's expected to discuss efforts to raise the debt ceiling, Russia's war in Ukraine, and the 2024 presidential race, among other issues. Relations with China are also likely to be on the agenda after he ordered the military to shoot down a suspected Chinese surveillance balloon off the coast of South Carolina. Biden's primetime speech will bring him face-to-face for the first time with the Republican House majority. That 90s show is being renewed for a second season at Netflix. The streaming giant made the announcement on Twitter. The series takes place around 20 years later after the events of that 70s show. A Texas man is under arrest for the theft of 2 monkeys from the Dallas Zoo. David Irwin has been charged with animal cruelty. He was caught while he was looking for his next victim, scoping out exhibits at the Dallas World Aquarium. I'm Julio Flores.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. 4-Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, I know a lot of you like to snack when you're out on the road. And if you're like me, a lot of times a nice snack would be a can of Vienna sausage, something like that. It's a pretty big recall announced last week. ConAgra and the Department of Agriculture, a recall of more than 2.5 million pounds of canned meat and poultry products Recalled because of an issue in the packaging that could cause the food to become contaminated, but not show any signs that it's unsafe to eat. According to the recall announcement, the issue was reported when ConAgra workers noticed spoiled and or leaking cans at their warehouse. Now, the products made between December 12th of last year, 2022, and January 13th of this year. I mean, kind of like just manufactured in recent weeks. They'll have the establishment number P as in Paul 4247. I knew I had some Vienna sausage in the cabinet. I went and grabbed one, and sure enough, there's that P 4247. Yeah, can looks fine to me, but there is quite the extensive list, though, of products on the recall list. So the Armour Vienna sausage is a whole bunch, because you've got the barbecue flavored and the original and different size cans. And I guess ConAgra actually makes some of the generic brands like Kroger Vienna sausage. That's on the list. Goya Vienna sausage, Prairie Belt, Hargis, that's potted meat. Potted meat products on the list. Grace Chicken Vienna sausage, Great Value. That's what Walmart brand, right? Great Value Vienna sausage. So check out those cans. And, I mean, some of the best if used by dates, they're all 2024, and even some of them best all the way into 2025, as a matter of fact. But that's 2.5 million pounds. That's a lot of Vienna sausage and potted meat and whatnot. Check what's in the pantry. Daryl on board. Good morning, Daryl. How was your weekend?
Fine, Steve. Yours?
Can't complain. Here we are, back to work Monday.
Good grief, I hadn't heard of anybody eating Vienna sausage since I ate in the piney woods of Arkansas.
Hey, I buy Vienna sausage. I mean, I'll grab it. I mean, I'm not a big fan of them, but every once in a while I'll get a hankering for a salty snack and pop open a can. Me and Turbo will share them normally.
Well, do you drink a RC Cola along with it?
And a moon pie, right?
They used to be $0.25 a can, man, and some crackers and an RC Cola. You had a cheap lunch.
Yes, sir.
You was reading the book a while ago, One Sec After Whatever, and before 1964, I used to eat with some bankers for breakfast, and they would tell me to go over to the bank and get a roll of silver dollars. Sometimes I'd amble over and put down a $10 bill and get 10 silver dollars, which today would be worth $2,500.
You ain't kidding.
And I went over in 1964 and plunked back down my $10, and they said, no, you can't have any more silver dollars. And I can visualize something like this 1 second after midnight happening, and you can't get any $1 bills or money out of an ATM machine either. I wanted to give you an endorsement. I got an F-150 Ford, and when it sat in the garage for 2 or 3 days, I would start it, and the valves would just rattle like heck. And I put some of your Gas Extreme in it, and it's been in there a week during cold weather, and I went out the other day, and I didn't hear one valve rattling. And so that stuff really works.
That's the way it's supposed to work. Yes, sir.
Well, sometimes you wonder about putting stuff in your gas tank if it ever works, but I definitely know that it stopped my valves from rattling.
Mm-hmm.
I thought there was a shortage of helium around the world. How in the world did they get enough helium to travel across the world with a weather balloon?
For all the talk of lack of helium, I don't know. We still had the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. There's helium, but I mean, if I'm not mistaken, there is. I guess there's a finite amount of it. Like when it's gone, it's gone.
Well, it would take a heck of a lot of helium to put in a balloon that size. I understand they sent more than one balloon across there.
Correct.
The other thing in your book that you was reading, they were driving Edsels. I wondered when the Edsels were going to make their reappearance. They say over in Cuba for 25 or 30 years, they were driving 1975 Chevrolets and 1957 Chevrolets. They kept our American-made cars going for 50 years after we shut them off from having any imports.
Mm-hmm.
I was sorry to hear about Bubba Bo. I thought he was a gentleman. He used to talk about burnt beans and having cookouts on the backside of the expo show down at Louisville, and he just enjoyed having a good time.
Mm-hmm.
And didn't he have a radio show out in Indiana somewhere?
Yeah, he worked at the Eagle. That was his pretty much his full-time job. He did a morning show on a country music station there Monday through Friday, and then he would come in and do the ATN on the weekends. So he was, for umpteen years, he pretty much worked 7 days a week. And the reason he quit doing the weekends is the doctors were telling him, hey, you're burning the candle at both ends. You need to slow it down a bit. And I guess it was just about a year ago when he finally retired from broadcast entirely. And his plan was to be a snowbird. He was planning to winter in Florida this year, but he never made it to Florida.
Well, didn't he lose a son during the time he was on the radio? And
yes, that's what Sylvester was talking about, where they set up it was like a truckers relief fund, the JRBM. I think his son's name was Jason.
Yes.
Jason Bolanger.
But that really hit him hard when he lost his son.
Mm-hmm.
I remember him talking about it night after night on the radio. And the other thing, when you was reading your book 1 second after midnight or whatever, my wife had a heart attack about 2 weeks ago, and she's in a rehab center. And they're giving her insulin because her blood sugar shot up. And I was thinking about trying to get across town and into Hamilton and over there to be with her. During that book you was reading, it raised several things for me. Don't read that without telling people that that's fiction.
Well, that's what I tried to say. It's a fictional book, and I said it at the beginning and the end because it is downright kind of scary, isn't it?
I lived in Louisville in 1974, and we had a storm to come through. A tornado came through Paducah and came on up through Xenia. And just tore up Jake, killed a lot of people. 30 days after that, they replayed this news broadcast about this thing coming in, and people began to call that radio station.
They thought it was happening then, right?
Yeah. I mean, people were just panicking because they just knew another one had come through. Anyway, you believe it or not, people listen to you, and what you say a lot of times is real to them, whether it's fiction or not. I appreciate you, and I enjoy listening to you. I've listened to you for 25 years, you and your dad. You brought me a lot of joy. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you so much for listening in, Daryl, and being a participant in the program. That's what it's all about. All right, 844-844-3388. He asked about the helium. I did a quick search. The answer to the question is yes, the Earth is running out of helium. In fact, helium is the only element on the periodic table that's considered a non-renewable resource on Earth. According to NPR News, helium is generated deep underground through the natural radioactive decay of elements such as uranium and thorium. Is the Earth's helium running out? All right, when will we run out of helium? Once the gas leaks into the atmosphere, it's so light, it's light enough to escape the Earth's gravitational field, so it bleeds off into space, never to return. Yeah, we may run out of helium within 25 to 30 years because it's being consumed so freely. Now, that story, that report dated August of 2019. So here we are, 3.5, 4 years after that, and the clock is ticking. Well, what happens when you run out of helium? Will helium rise again? In the middle of last year, 2022, the HNT price at $3.45 on average. April 23 might also witness an increase in the helium value to $3.60. It's assumed the price will not drop lower than $3.33 in April of 2023. Will the helium price rise again is the question. Now they've got price predictions out to 2024, 25, all the way up to the year 2031. I guess at some point, the less and less there is, it's probably going to be worth more, right? How can I get my hands on some helium? It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Hey, what else we got on the list here? Industry headlines. One dead, another critically injured after being struck by a semi while attempting to direct traffic around a previous accident. That's just one of those Good Samaritan scenarios that didn't turn out with a good ending. Yeah, just after 1:30 in the morning, Friday morning, Garland, Texas, according to the NBC Dallas affiliate, an initial rollover accident on the westbound LBJ freeway prompted a couple of Good Samaritans to pull over and attempt to direct traffic around the wreck. As those two stood in the dark to direct traffic, an oncoming semi tried to brake for them and jackknife, striking both of them before overturning across the highway. One of those in the road was killed in the impact. The other was critically injured. Both the truck driver and the driver in the initial rollover crash were taken to the hospital where they were ultimately treated and released. All right, then not one, not two, but three semi-trucks struck the same police vehicle within minutes of each other in Fort Worth. Now, this is going back to the icy conditions last week along I-20 in Fort Worth. According to the Telegram, 2 officers responding to an accident on I-20 when an oncoming semi-truck jackknifed into one of the responding patrol cars. Just as the officer exited the now wrecked car, a second semi-truck struck the vehicle. Then, as the officer made his way across the icy highway to get to the median, a third semi struck the car. For a third time, one of the officers injured his ankle on the ice, but both of the initial responding officers were able to get back onto the highway to check on the truckers involved in the wrecks. The officers were later taken to a nearby hospital for treatment, but I'm thinking there were just way too many vehicles going, too fast for conditions on those icy freeways last week. Hey, good morning, Chris, I believe. What's happening?
Good morning, Steve. I was just thinking about this balloon, you remember, I don't know if you heard of it or not, but Red Bull had a balloon where a guy made a record parachute jump. I think that thing went 100,000 feet in the air, and some guy parachuted out of it. I was thinking about that when this thing was going over.
Mm-hmm.
But, I think they were spying, Steve, because that'd be the worst place for them to use an EMP on those missile silos. Those things are all shielded. It wouldn't really do anything. I'm not a big believer in EMP propaganda to begin with, so.
No?
I've talked to you about that before. No, I just don't see it. With all the energy it takes to operate every appliance in the country, you'd have to have that much energy and more to burn them all up, It doesn't make sense to me. But the thing about the Corps stopping, I saw somebody interviewed Michio Kaku over that. I was going to try to look that up. But we would know it. I know that the field does flip. I thought it was like 100,000 years or something. Because if it flipped every 70 years, your compass would reverse.
Well, no, that's they're two different things. The Earth's inner core is the one that stops and is reversing as far as the North and South Pole. The magnetic field flipping, that's a different scenario. I think they're saying it hasn't happened in several 100,000 years, and it's really way past due to do a flip.
Yeah. The actually with the sunspot cycle, the sun's pole flips every 11 years with that cycle.
Yep.
That's hard to believe, I don't know what's going on up there. I don't think they know it. But, I was just listening to another show about helium. They said Arizona is the new Saudi Arabia of helium. They found all kinds of helium out there.
Really?
But I see, somebody's drilling for it. They say it's 10%. They get it out of nitrogen. Most places get it out of natural gas, and it's like 0.3% helium, and they said it could be up to 10% in this nitrogen they're drilling for. But they used to use that in welding a lot as a shield. But then they switched to argon. I don't know if argon's lighter than air or not. But I don't know. That's just a few things I was thinking about. But you know, if they hit us with an EMP, like the book says, the big danger is not knowing who did it. But that's a nuclear strike. You know, that's all out nuclear war when that happens.
Mm-hmm.
So that'd probably be the least of our worries.
Yeah, likely, yeah.
Yeah. And all that stuff. The Air Force One isn't going to go down. I mean, that's shielded. Anything military, and a lot of that's one thing Mitch Ukaki was talking about. He and a group of scientists, they said, for about $1 billion, they could shield the whole country. But anything that's in metal conduit and all that, that's pretty much shielded. This is the big danger would be transformers blowing. It'd take them a long time to get everything back online.
And that's, and years. They said it would take years. Because we don't, it's not like we have a bunch of those, the big transformers sitting in reserve or backup. Now, when they're saying big, I don't know, how big is big when it comes to those transformers? Yeah, the kind of thing that would take years to replace, though. Yeah, I kind of thought there may be a little confusion when we were talking earlier about the Earth's inner core stopping. That was a report from a couple of weeks ago that I shared. And you can find that all over mainstream media. I pulled up from KXAN out of Austin, Texas. Yeah, they shared a bit of news you didn't expect. Scientists announcing that they believe the Earth's inner core has stopped spinning. Changes in the lengths of the Earth's day and magnetic field, which they said implied changes to the core. Based on seismic operations from 1964 through today, they said they believe the inner core goes through an approximately 7-decade oscillation, 70 years. Basically, the inner core slows and then spins in the opposite direction every 70 years. All right, according to the research, this slowing and reversing is a natural part of the core's cycle. The researchers said the core likely paused its spin in the last 10 years. It may now be turning back to the opposite direction it was spinning before. The core slowed the most in 2009. But they do say the slowing in reverse could explain some changes in sea level and the length of days every 70 years or so, which I think that's interesting. Anything to do with, quote, climate change, the climate system, the rising of the sea levels. Yeah, we'll get more to come after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Jerry Barmash. Ohio Republican Mike Turner says the U.S. waited too long to take down the balloon this weekend.
Clearly the president taking it down over the Atlantic is sort of like the quarterback, sort of like tackling the quarterback after the game is over.
Turner on NBC's Meet the Press said the military should have been prepared for something of this nature. An upbeat economic forecast comes from a former Trump ally.
Former Trump economic advisor Gary Cohn painting a somewhat rosy picture for the U.S. economy. Appearing on CBS Face the Nation, Cohn said,
"It does feel like we're in relatively good shape here. The question is going to be, how does the Federal Reserve handle what's going on in the economy?"
Cohn added he doesn't see the U.S. falling into a recession in the first half of 2023. I'm John Schaefer.
President Biden is preparing for Tuesday's State of the Union address. Relations with China are likely to be on the agenda after ordering the military to shoot down the suspected surveillance balloon off the coast of South Carolina. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says on CNN's State of the Union that the biggest issue was shooting the balloon over land.
The debris field that was created by this balloon when it was shot down was about 7 miles long. Anytime the military is considering an operation like that, they have to consider the safety of the American people.
The mayor of the northeastern Ohio city where a train derailed Friday night said water and air are safe, but schools are closed Monday. The train was carrying chemicals. Fire continues in the area. The Environmental Protection Agency says the situation can change at any moment. No one was hurt from the event. There are no winners in the Powerball jackpot on Saturday, pushing the jackpot to at least $747 million for Monday night's drawing. It would be the fifth largest Powerball in history. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
The emergency room at Boston Medical Center is closed after a pipe burst in freezing weather. Officials declared a code black, and patients were moved to other areas of the hospital. Ambulances were also being diverted to other facilities. Officials say the emergency department will remain closed until Tuesday. It's been 4 years since the Supreme Court struck down the federal ban on sports betting, and this year's Super Bowl will see more states than ever taking action on the big game. More, but not all.
34 states and D.C. now offer sports betting, either in person, online, or both. 3 more have legalized it but aren't yet operational. 8 states are considering legalizing sports betting, either through the legislature or a ballot initiative. 6 states, Idaho, Utah, Alaska, California, Minnesota, and Georgia, do not allow it and have no plans to. California voters, in fact, defeated 2 competing sports betting proposals last November. In Las Vegas, I'm Richard Johnson.
Viola Davis is joining the elite EGOT group following her Grammy win on Sunday. She took home the trophy for the audiobook of her memoir, Finding Me.
The teacher would open the door
and everyone would dash out to go home. Everyone would get excited because it was the end of the day. Everyone except me.
Davis becomes the 18th person to win the EGOT for a Grammy, Emmy, Oscar, and Tony Award throughout their career. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Look at there. Wow. Final hour kicking it off already on a Monday. So hope you had a good weekend, all that fun stuff. Here we go. 6th day of February. First full week of February. I don't know. How did we end up in these big scientific discussions? So we were talking about the Earth's inner core. How they've now concluded that it kind of rotates direction every 70 years. It's a common thing. It doesn't really have any major impact noticeable. The other scenario was, I think I pulled it up. Here we go. Now the magnetic field, that's a different scenario. And I remember sharing reports a couple of years ago where they said they were really getting concerned that the poles might flip. Just last year, 2022, about mid-year, scientists said it appears Earth's magnetic field may not be headed towards a dramatic flip anytime soon. According to scientists who analyzed anomalies in that invisible shield against solar wind and other radiation. Now, they say the magnetic north and south poles do switch. Not at regular intervals, but irregular intervals at an average every 200,000 years or so. But such an event could have a dramatic effect on the environment and technology. There had been speculation that the next flip was close because of something called the South Atlantic Anomaly, a mysterious area where the magnetic field was unusually weak. However, this anomaly may not indicate that a weakening and switching of the field are imminent, according to the new study. We've mapped changes in the Earth's magnetic field over the past 9,000 years, and anomalies like the one in the South Atlantic are probably a recurring phenomenon, linked to the corresponding variations in the strength of the Earth's magnetic field. They go through how they come up with all the sediment drill samples, core samples, and all this stuff, which has information about history of the Earth's magnetic field. Now, based on similarities with the recreated anomalies, we predict Yeah, the South Atlantic anomaly will probably disappear in the next 300 years. We're not headed toward a polarity reversal right now. That was published on June the 6th of last year. So as far as that's concerned, kind of crazy stuff. Yeah, going to have to do a little more research. It's my understanding that the turning of the melted iron core inside the Earth is what generates our magnetic field. If the core stops spinning, I would assume our magnetic field would decrease, which would leave us more vulnerable to solar flares or CMEs or the sun's radiation in general. Pappy said, I got to do some homework. Okay. Yeah, that study I was sharing, though, about the inner core. Differences between the mantle, the outer, and the inner core cause the core to spin. The Earth's inner core is about 70% of the moon's radius, size-wise. They believe it's primarily made of iron. They believe it's solid. I mean, things that they don't really know for certain, right? They believe the outer core is liquid, made of iron and nickel. It is very hot. The temperature of the core is believed to be 9,800 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, we know a little more about the Earth's mantle. It makes up 84% of the Earth's volume, primarily solid, but acts sort of like caramel. Now, NASA says the outer core cools. It fuses with the inner core during the transition. Heat is released, generating the Earth's magnetic field. This, plus the gravity exhibited by the mantle, causes the inner core to spin. Yeah, the existence of the core itself, discovered in 1936, when a seismologist discovered the core in New Zealand after noticing that seismic waves appeared to reflect off something solid. And it was in 1940 when they, again, hypothesized that the core is made of iron. And I guess they don't know till this day. We ain't been to the center of the Earth, have we? What do you say, hippopotamus?
Well, wasn't there a TV show there, Journey to the Center of the Earth or something like that?
Ah, yes.
What'd they come up with?
Yes, that was very interesting. Yeah, that was a pretty cool place.
Yeah. So anyways, I'm thinking about this helium deal. Is there somewhere I can get my hands on one of them Kardashian balloons? Because I think a Kardashian balloon could hold a lot of helium. I'm just thinking that'd be.
That's one big ass balloon.
Yeah, you ain't kidding. Did you see that on the internet?
I did. Yes. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It filled my screen from side to side, and I still couldn't see both edges.
That is a real balloon, you know. That really does exist. Yeah. It's they kind of the whole thing about has no correlation to the Kardashians, but that is a real helium balloon, hot air balloon.
All right. What about the big beer mug one, the beer pitcher one? Is that a real one too?
Now that I'm not sure. I did see. I think Pappy posted that one, right? Look at all that beer you're missing, Steve.
Yep. But anyways, hey, what I was calling about? Did you hear anything about our fearless leader making a visit to Auburn, New York, up there in the central leather stocking area there, kind of south of Syracuse? There, of course, Auburn's well known for its prison. That's one of the big leading manufacturers of license plates for the state of New York at one time.
Yeah.
But anyways, our fearless leader was there apparently because the brother-in-law of his first wife there, remember the one that he said got run over or mowed down by a truck driver having a liquid lunch? I think he kind of recanted that statement later on, but anyways, apparently her brother had passed, so he was actually made his way to Auburn, New York for the funeral there. So he kind of stayed off into the woodwork and everything, I guess, but not a lot of people realized he was there, but I guess he'd made the journey there. And but yeah, I just wondering there, if we're going to cash in on where we're going to, because we got to find a place to store all this helium. If we're going to keep it until nobody else has it, we got to figure out where to keep it there. But But anyways, so does that fly out there in New Mexico? Did they say if they fly that balloon out in New Mexico, or where do they fly that balloon there that looks like that deal they said was for the Kardashians? Is there any more information on that?
I believe that's a part of the annual balloon festival out there in Albuquerque or whatever, Heat Waves neck of the woods.
All right. Well, maybe we can get some firsthand information there and see if he's had any spottings of any, cracks out there in the sunlight. No, wait a minute. You can't say that. You probably shouldn't now. Oh, I don't know. Where was this going? This is getting bad here. We got another 45 minutes, Your Honor. Can we make it through? You go out there and look for an intelligent caller. How about it?
All right. We'll see what we can do. All right. With that, though, so, yeah, we need one. It's 844-844-3388. All right. Hey, I mentioned, I think earlier, did we get the rest of the story? No, out west. One final storm impacting the west, which is kind of wrapping up as we speak this Sunday night, Monday morning. A drier weather pattern will settle in for the coming days, but that will come with its own host of hazards. Forecasters say bouts of gusty winds will be impacting Southern California through this week. The change in the pattern across the west, right on the heels of the storm that was still diving southward this past day. First reached the coast of California on Saturday, brought with it a wave of some pretty heavy precip. Yeah, started to unload a significant amount of snow, additional snow in the Sierra Nevada. Coastal California and the lower elevations were hit with waves of rain. Now, a significant amount of the moisture is going to be wrung out in the form of snow. Donner Pass along I-80 could be snow-covered. Winter storm warnings were in effect across the mountain range. The storm in general, 1 to 2 feet of snow. A few areas, maybe 3 feet of snow. Storm did not bring much rain to Southern California. There was a chance of a shower early in the day or early in the evening during the NASCAR race at the L.A. Coliseum. But here we are on a Monday. The Pacific Northwest continues to be the focal point of some rain and mountain snow. For California, however, dry, windy conditions will be moving in. This setup's going to initiate an offshore wind in Southern California into the day Tuesday. Forecasters tell us wind gusts 50 to 70 miles per hour from the California deserts all the way to the coast. Gusts of 85 miles per hour, not out of the question, especially in the higher elevations. So we could be talking some localized power outages. And, I'm thinking, no doubt, high-profile vehicles. Look out, you're going to be rolling in some very windy conditions. Look out west. 17 past the hour. And it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS, or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, what do you say? Maybe we should go to the source. Have you seen that big-ass shaped helium balloon out there in Albuquerque heat wave?
Nope, I hadn't seen a moon that big out there. Not to say there ain't one, but I'm sure if there was one flying around Albuquerque during October, during International Balloon Fiesta, there would have been some uproar over that. You were talking about the hot air and gas balloons. Now there's two different types of balloons. One is actually hot air, where they burn a propane, and that it actually the envelope or the balloon itself actually captures the hot air. So I mean that is a gas balloon, but it is a propane. Now the balloons like what you've seen that China sent over, that is a sealed balloon where it would have the helium in it. So there's two different types. And I think there's two different types of helium, if I'm not mistaken. The reason why the Hindenburg went down is because Europe produced the helium that was flammable. And we over here had a way to, I don't know if we had a way to make it non-flammable, but we had non-flammable helium gas. So one of the things that the U.S. did at the time was to stop the export of our helium to countries like Germany, and that's the reason why the Hindenburg went up like it did, because it was a flammable helium. Well, I tell you what, that really racks the brain there, trying to think about all that stuff. So yeah, there's two different types of balloons, and the Balloon Fiesta does have a distance race with a gas balloon. So, and then underneath the gas balloon, the gondola is actually pressurized because it goes up so high in the air.
Wow.
So, what are the chances of y'all making a trip to Albuquerque and doing a week show down there just to see the balloons go up? I don't know. Do y'all have something like that out there in Cincinnati or anywhere in the tri-state area?
I'm not familiar with any balloon festivals around here, honestly.
Yeah, I tell you what, it really is a beautiful thing to see, 500, 600, 700 balloons up in the air at one time, at different shapes and sizes. They do have a special shapes rodeo, which the so-called Cardassian balloon would have been in. But, hell, you see cows flying up and over. You see a stagecoach.
Mm-hmm.
You see a witch, the head of a witch. I mean, it's just what they call the special shapes rodeo. And, it is an absolute fantastic thing to see, and it's a joy to watch. I mean, it preempts the news channels. The Saturday, the official beginning, till the Sunday, the official end, and it's a 9-day event. The unofficial start date is the Friday prior. So, it just whatever morning news is there, we just don't hear about it because it's all focused on the balloons.
And if memory serves, your balloon festival this year or last year now was most of it got scrapped because of stormy weather and unfavorable winds and all that.
Yes, I believe so. Yep. I mean, it's a crapshoot. I mean, you really just don't know, and it's always the first full week of October, the first weekend prior to the full week, and then the weekend of the first full week. So it's a crapshoot. You just don't know. I mean, there are some days, some years where they can get it off the ground. Everything is favorable, and there is a box effect, what they call, and it has to do with the Balloon Fiesta grounds are down by the Rio Grande, and there's a valley there between the west side and the east side where the Sandia Mountains are. So every 200 or 300 feet when they go up in the air, it'll go one direction, north to south, let's say. Then if they go up another 100 feet or 200 feet, then it'll go from south to north. So they can just drop, go down, fly across, and then raise back up, and then go the opposite direction. But it's only a north and south or south to north box effect. So it really is, it draws a lot of people, about 1 million people a year. So it is a big thing.
So it's all based on the differing wind directions at the different levels in the atmosphere.
Yes. They will send, I think it's like 10, what they call morning patrol balloons out, and they'll have the beacons at the bottom hanging from the bottom of the gondolas.
Mm-hmm.
And the pilots will go up to different levels and say, yeah, we're good here, we're good here. And if the winds on the ground are more, I think, than 20 mile an hour, 15 to 20, well, then they scrap it right there. They just say, you know what, we got plenty of food out here from the vendors. Enjoy yourself and come back again at night so we can see if we can do a balloon glow or some sort of event. But yeah, it's a pretty big deal, no doubt about it. So, all right, Senor. Well, I'll let you go. I just thinking, and yeah. You know, the Chinese could have said, and I think someone had mentioned this earlier, and y'all probably talked about it earlier, but you know, there could have been a nuclear warhead disguised as equipment, you know, solar panels or whatnot on these damn balloons. These balloons should not have ever made it landfall to begin with. So, I mean, if they were off track like the Chinese say they were, then we should have had every right to go ahead and blow them SOBs out of the sky. Yeah. So, anyways, that's just my opinion, not the opinions of the show, but yeah, I mean that could have really been, or it could have been a chemical agent or a viral.
I mean,
agent.
I mean, there were all kind of rumors and rumblings like that on social media. That what if it's got has it got a biological agent? This, I mean, why were we hesitant to bring it down? You know?
Yeah, and what was it in Montana that got blown up and you could see that was dropping from the sky? I mean, it was on I guess it was on Facebook or one of the news medias that report to Facebook. Did you by chance happen to see that Saturday?
That I did not, no.
Yeah, so I don't know. It didn't have the little B on there for Babylon B. It just said there was an explosion and this thing is just going straight to the ground, trailing smoke. So I didn't know if that was a real story or not. Guess I'll have to look into it a little bit deeper. But anyway, Senor, I'll go ahead and let you go. You have yourself a good night. We'll holler at you tomorrow.
All right, appreciate you checking in. Always fascinated to talk about the big balloon festival. That would be a sight to behold. It's pretty fun. Meanwhile, I'm trying to find my email I got from Carl over the weekend. Heard in the news break there, top of the hour, talk about one of Trump's advisors saying, I don't see recession. in the first half of the year. And Carl was saying he's not seeing it either. He does the day trading thing on the stock market. So I'll dig that email up. More to come after this.
USA News Update. Former Trump economic advisor Gary Cohn says he doesn't expect a recession in the first half of 2023. Appearing on CBS's Face the Nation, the current IBM vice chairman said the U.S. is in pretty good shape. An off-duty NYPD cop shot Saturday night in the Bronx as he tried to buy a car is in extremely critical condition. Police say they believe they know who the suspect is, as he may be responsible for 2 similar robberies. Appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, Ohio Republican Mike Turner said the Biden administration shouldn't have waited to shoot down the balloon from China. Turner said there was urgency to the situation that the White House didn't seem to recognize. Beyoncé leads the Grammy Awards with a total of 9 nominations. Kendrick Lamar is close behind with 8, while Adele and Brandi Carlile each have 7 nods. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code OvernightDrive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, here we go. I found my email from Carl. I knew I had that in the mix here somewhere. Under the heading, "The recession has fallen. The recession has fallen." Now, here's more evidence that all the recession talk is to just try to induce us into one. Now, he shares links to the varying stories. Headline number 1, what recession? Starbucks had 8 of its 10 highest sales days in history last quarter. And the link to the full story. Next headline, American Express also not seeing a recession. I'm curious to know what percent of the propaganda predicting these headlines and news stories come true while reading and researching for my day trading. I found that most of these so-called thought pieces or prediction pieces on CNBC, or Zero Hedge, radio, TV, internet news outlets, and whatnot were pretty much useless. I could not depend upon them for actual usable information. I have to force myself to skip those attention-grabbing headline articles and focus on items with actual facts and statistics. Imagine where we would be if we went back to focusing on actual facts and statistics instead of allowing ourselves to be propagandized into recessions and wars via headlines. I'd like to see everybody step off the roller coaster of anger, fear, regret, apprehension, whatever your emotion. Insert it right here. It seems that these what-ifs rule and slow our minds almost as much as soy, sugar, high fructose corn syrup, and drugs. There will be no recession if we stop listening to the beating of their drums, the propaganda headlines, and start living our lives. Oh, and they won't control us or the rest of the world either. All the best, Carl. Of course, again, the day trader. We heard, yes, the beating of the drums, the headlines, recession. Let's see. We've got a Carl on the line. Hey, Carl.
Yes, sir. I'm not the Carl who sent that email to you. Okay.
Another Carl. Well, good morning, Carl. Yes.
Yes, sir. Just wanted to talk briefly about the balloon issue. I'm an Air Force veteran, and I've been, around the fighter planes and stuff, and I've done weapons loading on them. And AIM-9s, they cost about $400,000 a piece. So if you can imagine what it costed for us to down this primitive balloon here that's got some sophisticated equipment on it, obviously. Mm-hmm. But it should have been downed other than the water, and it should have been downed earlier over the Pacific, actually, if it was going to be downed over the water. But Alaska would have been appropriate. Montana would have been appropriate. I don't see any other reason why it shouldn't have been downed over land. I really don't. It took its view of all of our continental United States and took pictures, no doubt. And it's just really ridiculous that this administration can't act appropriately. Mm-hmm. They didn't act appropriately in Afghanistan. They don't act appropriately on a daily basis. And now they've got the Pentagon acting inappropriately, actually. We've got some Pentagon people, one person in particular, I think they named him by name on the internet, that he has named the Trump administration as allowing this to happen 3 separate times when he cannot prove his claim. I'm sure we will hear more about this in the coming days.
Right.
With Congress and senators asking about this with this Pentagon official. So he's going to have to supply some proof. And this thing here about balloons, yeah, it's got to end before it even reaches the United States, because it's just a ridiculous ploy by China to do something else, who knows really what, except to get some information about us and how to attack us. There's no doubt that they have that in mind with an EMT, some kind of electronic thing that could do something to our power grid and whatnot. You know, and it costed a lot of money for us to monitor this thing and to down it, okay, to simply down it with a missile, okay, and I just don't understand why we had to do that at that time after it already crossed the United States. It's just like the one senator has said, it's like tackling the quarterback
after the game,
right after the game has been played.
Yeah.
You know, they have already played the game. Now they want to tackle the quarterback. You know,
I mean, I'm thinking,
and it's ridiculous.
Our intelligence community. I mean, I'd like to. We had to know it was in the airspace when it was over Alaska, and it probably crossed some open water before entering either Canadian or the lower 48 airspace.
Yes, even a lake. I'm sure that it possibly did that. But why would you want this sophisticated equipment to be doused with water? You know?
Yeah.
Why would you want to have to recover it in water when you don't really have to? This thing, they could have analyzed it while it was in the air to see. They could have punctured it with a bow and arrow, basically, to allow it to fall to a more reasonable altitude, to possibly get it with something else. It didn't have to be done in the manner that it was done, and there are people who are cheering it on and this and that, and it's just a ridiculous money wasting thing that Biden is responsible for, along with our Pentagon. He's using our Pentagon now, and it's just gone beyond ridiculous. And I don't know when the American people are going to begin to see that this guy is just ridiculous, okay, as a president. He's just ridiculous, and he's causing a lot of trouble that's going to come to roost here pretty soon. The recession is coming. I don't know who this Carl guy was sending you this email about this, but it certainly wasn't me. And but I'm missing Big Moose too. Do you have any information about Big Moose?
I haven't had any updates from Moose in a while now.
I'm a nightly listener, but this is the first time I've called you, and I just couldn't hardly wait to call you. But I've got another comment about this too, about this business about the altitude. Okay, our Air Force planes are very capable of flying above 60,000 feet, and what mainly matters is if they have the adequate oxygen supply for the human that's operating the plane, you know. And that's what needs to be. That's why commercial could fly very high, but they have limits that they've set for their own personal limits, but they can't supply oxygen for everybody to fly that high. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that they have emergency oxygen masks on there to use in case of emergencies, but that's like losing pressurization and all of that, you know, with the cabin being pierced and all kinds of stuff that may happen there. But yeah, our airplanes are very capable of flying above 60,000 feet and beyond, actually. They get into dogfight situations, our fighters do, and they have to go pushing the envelope of way up there, okay? You know, it's like they've got power to go, and they can go. But they have to be able to withstand that with their gravity suit and their G suit, you know, and the matters of humans flying these planes. Oxygen, they've got to have proper air supply, and it's got to be sustained. And so it's not a problem for the plane to fly above a certain altitude, no. Because that happens.
Well, Carl, I do have your number here to get you a first-time caller code. How about that?
I appreciate you, Steve. I do. I appreciate you. I need the gas. I don't have a diesel vehicle. I am a truck driver, and I'm in Alabama right now. I'm from Corbin, Kentucky is where I'm from, and I do this daily route every night. But I do listen to you every night.
Well, I thank you very much. We'll get you a $60. Could get you some Stiction Eliminator and try some of that Gasoline Extreme.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
for
I've been waiting on
Carl.
that. I've been waiting to call you, but I just couldn't hardly wait to call you tonight because there's a lot of stuff going on right now that's really adding up. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
And it's getting bad. I mean, I hate to be Debbie Downer or anything like that, but I've got to say, this administration has to be the worst in my lifetime. I'm 60 years old, you know.
Well, thank you so much for chiming in. Don't be a stranger, Carl, if you're out there every night, especially here on, like on a Monday morning when the calls are slow. So, several people have mentioned that we could have brought it down much easier. Now, I knew I had seen, I had not printed this drop, but I saw yesterday, and I mentioned it in the first hour. They're saying that if you were to hit it with a shotgun blast, first of all, you're not going to get 60,000 feet in the air in any form or fashion with any kind of gun from the ground. I mean, they launched that, what was it, the Sidewinder from, I think, where were they, 58,000 feet when they launched that. So I did a little dig and I found the story here, and it's hard for me to imagine. But police in several departments, North Carolina, South Carolina, said, please do not take pot shots with your handguns in an attempt to bring this down. Experts say it's unlikely the massive spy balloon could be brought down by a person, even if they did somehow manage to hit it. Kevin Massey, U.S. Air Force major, wrote in a 2009 research paper that objects like this are difficult to detect and hit, and they do not immediately descend. He noted that puncture holes do not cause the balloons to deflate or go up in flames. Instead, it's just a slow leak and a slow descent. Now, this is what caught my attention. He points out a 100-meter weather balloon that remained aloft for 6 days after being shot with 1,000 rounds by Canadian F-18 fighter jets back in 1998. I'm like, what? They hit it with 1,000 rounds, and it took it 6 days to ultimately descend? In addition to likely having no real impact, Aiming a gun into the air and firing at a faraway object like the balloon poses several obvious dangers, including potentially hitting unintended targets or people on the ground. Now, there were several, even members of Congress, that were talking about the idea that any Joe Blow, any regular person could shoot this damn thing down. Now, they were saying that like back on Friday, but have you ever heard of such a thing? A 100-meter weather balloon. 1,000 rounds with an F-18 fighter jet that remained aloft for 6 more days. That sounds crazy to me, but who am I to say? That's what the report said. Scarecrow, good morning.
Good morning there, Steve. Yeah. First of all, I will make it known I do not have a train locomotive diesel horn on my truck anywhere. Yes, I spoke with Horse Feathers here a 3 weeks back, and he clued me in. Although I do have to be careful, I have been known to fall into a horrid vocabulary outburst that would have the devil himself blushing. So, yeah, you watch for those live mics there, you know. Yeah, I missed a lot of the program. I did catch Wheelchair Dave there comment. Dave, I appreciate it. I really do enjoy, sharing, Junior's exploit there, what we know about him or hear about him. But since he went over there, we're lucky to get out of him what he has for lunch on a given Tuesday.
I hear you. Yeah.
If there's something to share, he'll share it there, Steve. But no, in fact, it was last week he commented on all the ongoing war games over there. They're kind of on semi-alert all the time and rehearsing and such. But he said, well, in their world, there is no rehearsal. It's all the real deal. So I really would like to get his take on this balloon thing. I'm sure he's got opinion, but they'll be here to March also. And a loose lips thing,
Right.
And they had a good chat with Monkey Gouger Friday. I don't know what precipitated it, but either way, he's so much enjoying that job that he's doing, on again, off again. I think he's going to be with us for quite some time to come yet, Steve. He doesn't seem to be anywhere near ready for full-time employment or retirement. I'm sorry. I say it was a good chat because my wife commented Saturday morning that, man, you guys carry on like a couple old ladies. So I don't know if that's good or not, but thinking about the passing of Sugar Bear and such, I know Jimmy likes to share stories and episodes of friends and whatnot from years past, and I'm sure he's gonna have a lot to share with us. Maybe he'll stay up one night this week and call in, but there's no doubt we'll be hearing about.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, based on his call Friday morning, I think he was headed, because he'd been stuck in Dallas in that ice storm. He was headed back to the Marina del Rey, so I think this is like his off week.
Yeah, he thought he'd be back, I think, late Saturday afternoon or maybe evening or such. Granted, last week kind of, no doubt, took a little of the glamour off of his current driving and whatnot, but I do want to. I sent you a video. If nothing else, I want to explain that. If you haven't had a chance to look at it, I do have the Reddit app, and I only have it because I had to install it just so I could watch something. One of our listeners sent me a while back. So I don't normally go through that and see what's there. Well, yesterday morning, my youngest son sent me this clip that I shared with you now. And I had seen that clip somewhere, but I just blew it off. I didn't even watch it. Well, he watched it. Well, then he noticed there was a Wisconsin tag on the car involved. And then he looked closer. There was a Dahl Ford dealership sticker on the back of this van. Well, that's, the dealership in La Crosse, Wisconsin up here. So I got his attention and my attention, and so I started looking at it closer. Well, this gal, I don't know, she looked maybe 20, 21, something like that. She was on her way to school, and I don't know when this took place, but she was clocked doing 106 miles an hour. Now, so I started looking at it closer and the details in the picture, and said, I recognize this community, the road she's on. It's a little town called Coon Valley. It's about, 15 miles south of La Crosse. I suppose she was heading for UW La Crosse or such. But, yeah, and they got a lot of the footage from between the officer's camera, along with a dash cam and some bystanders also. It's obvious she's on something because her eyes are about half, closed or whatnot. But where she was pulled over, Steve, I'm wondering what she was doing before she hit 106, because that's about a 2% grade at that point, and that's just coming off of a hill of about a 6 to 8% grade. I mentioned Friday this Westby Snowflake ski jump. Well, that'd be the next town down the road. So there's elevation. So this girl, like you say, you gotta watch it to see. She just for a minute. I think I shared it with Happy.
She didn't want to participate with the police, though. She wasn't listening to the commands to step out of the vehicle. And, well, she tried to say, well, I woke up late, so she was in a hurry to get to work, and I guess her son to school, right?
I don't know if that was her son or not, the boyfriend or whatever. He was doing everything he could he wanted to crawl in and hide somewhere. She was embarrassing him to the point of, but yeah, she was wondering what was wrong, what's the problem. So either way, that's all I had. I guess you can wrap the program up in fine fashion better than my hanging on. So either way, yeah, that's what I had for now, Steve. Thanks.
All right, yeah, and doing 106. I mean, there's a few miles over the limit, and then there's 10 miles per hour over the limit. Then there's excessive speeding, and then there is, you're into the vicinity of jerking your ass out of the vehicle, handcuffing you, and taking you to jail at 106 miles per hour. And she's sitting there, and she's refusing to take her seatbelt off, refusing to get out of the vehicle, and can you just give me a ticket so I can get to work? I don't have time for this. Oh, my. Hello, good morning to Vic. Steve, listen to all the speculation about the balloon. Strikes me as a bit odd, considering the fact that China manages several of our West Coast ports, along with land and businesses here in the United States, as well as spy satellites. I mean, we have the capability to intercept all communications within our borders, so why didn't we get all the information, then just lodge a complaint? China could have simply been studying the Coriolis effect pertaining to air and wind current, because China has said before they sign on to any sort of a climate change agenda, they're going to have to prove that man-made climate change is real. China does not want to give up their coal. And, of course, America does not want to badmouth climate change. China tried to say it was some sort of a weather balloon. Obviously, the intelligence community knows a lot more than we know right now, because they were intercepting whatever this thing was transmitting for several days and blocking it. Well, with that, we're up to the final moments. We close it out on a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.